Welcome. I call the open meeting to order. This is April 15th, Tax Day 2026. It is 6:07 p.m. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Tenemos interpretación en español. Si necesita de este servicio, por favor, pase con Leticia Centenaro ahí. This meeting will be live streamed and recorded. Members of the audience are welcome to address the board on all items on the agenda. For items not listed, but that come under the jurisdiction of PVUSD, please speak under visitors' non-agenda items. Individual speakers will be allowed 2 minutes unless otherwise announced by the board president with input from the board to address the board on each agenda item. You must submit a card prior to the discussion of the agenda item you wish to speak on. Once an item has begun, cards will not be accepted for that item. For the record, you may state your name at the beginning of your statement. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 30 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have some additional something new to add. Cards should be handed to Eva Renteria at the end of the table. Item 6, visitors not agenda, we already talked about. In order for the board to conduct its necessary business, we need attendees to refrain from shouting out and carrying on conversations. We want to hear you, but we can't hear the person at the podium while others are talking. The board's focus is on student outcomes, and we appreciate that our students are important to you as well. If there are disturbances, I will provide a warning, and if it continues, we will recess, have those disrupting the meeting removed, and potentially clear the room. One of our core values is ensuring that the voices of our community and of each board member are appropriately heard, respected, and given space in this room. We implement these protocols to protect that value so every voice has an opportunity to be heard. Each item will be called in turn. Staff or a board member will present. Public comments will be heard. Time limits will apply. We'll call 10 names at a time. When you hear your name, please get in line at the podium. Then the next 10 will be called. You don't have to write your name on the card if you don't want to, but you do need to put something on the card so that when we call, you know that we're calling you. Board members will each have 3 minutes on each item, including responses to questions. Board members have been asked to submit their questions ahead of time so that responses can be provided prior to the meeting or as part of the presentation. These steps are grounded in our commitment to ensure that each of our voices, community members and board members alike, is appropriately heard and respected and with intention. That is and will remain at the center of how we serve. The board president may take steps to ensure that the meeting runs efficiently. I already did that, I got in there twice, sorry. Trustee Carrasco is unable to be with us this evening. I believe that is an unexcused absence. And I am not seeing Trustee Daniel Dodge Jr., so that is not an excused absence. And that moves us to 3.2, Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Navarro, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Where is our flag? Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do you want to change chair? It's up to you. Okay. Who's going to read that out? Okay. You have new employees ready to call out? They give you that. Okay, good. And when should I be doing that? Just right now? Okay. Okay, we have some new district employees in the room, and we would each like to welcome you to PVUSD. Trustee Flynn will call out or introduce our new employees.
We are pleased to announce Megan Hunt as the new Executive Director of Special Education for PVUSD. Megan is an experienced special education leader currently serving as Program Specialist for the Los Gatos Saratoga High School Union District. She previously served as Interim Director of Special Education and Program Specialist for the Mountain View Los Altos School District. Early in her career, she was a therapeutic teacher in the ASSIST program at Los Gatos Saratoga Union High School District, an education specialist at Fremont High School District, and special education teacher and department chair in Gilroy Unified School District. Megan holds a master's degree in special education and a mild moderate teaching credential from California State University, Monterey Bay. A clear administrative services credential through the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and a Bachelor's of Arts in Environmental Studies from the University of Vermont. We are excited to have this experienced educator join our team here at PVUSD. Welcome, Megan. Where are you? Oh, please stand up. Okay. Pajaro Valley Unified School District is pleased to announce the selection of Maria Ferreira. I'm sorry, I didn't get to practice reading this before. To the position of Assistant Director of Special Education. Maria is an experienced administrator and special education teacher and is currently serving as principal for Duncan Holbert here in PVUSD. During her tenure as a teacher and an administrator, Maria has been selected both as a Teacher of the Year for Santa Cruz County and the Region 10 ACSA Special Education Administrator of the Year. She has served as a special education teacher at different grade levels and also as a new teacher project mentor. Maria holds a bachelor's degree in liberal studies and an education specialist credential from Fresno State, level 2 education specialist credential from CSUMB, and a master's in education and administrative credential from University of Massachusetts Global. PVUSD is excited to have Maria move into her new position. Maria, are you here? PVUSD is pleased to announce the selection of Joe Smith as the new Director of Expanded Learning. Currently, Joe is serving as a principal for Renaissance High School. Joe has been serving students since 1996 as an academic learning coordinator, social studies teacher, and assistant principal at Aptos High School. Before becoming principal of Renaissance High School, Joe was a program director for expanded learning, focusing on credit recovery. Additionally, Joe has been involved in the basketball programs at Aptos High, coaching both their boys and girls teams and winning several league championships. Joe holds a BA degree in history from UCSC, a single subject teaching credential from National University, a master's degree in educational administration from San Jose State, go Spartans, a master's degree in kinesiology from Fresno Pacific, and an administrative credential from San Mateo County Office of Education. He also was my daughter's high school teacher. PVUSD welcomes Joe to his new role. That's it for me. Yeah.
Thank you. That brings us to governing board comments, reports on standing committees and meetings. Can we start with you, please, Trustee Medina? 3 minutes. You got the clock.
All right, test. All right, good evening, everybody. So this past month, I visited Hall Elementary and attended their awards assembly. I watched students walk up proudly while their classmates cheered them on, and I saw families there sharing in that moment as well. I also saw the updated cafeteria, the new seating, and the brighter space, and it was really great to see that investment come in to Hall Elementary. During that visit, I also raised the need for better access to clean drinking water. Hydration stations are a basic part of student health. We need to move away from outdated fountains and make sure every student has safe and easy access to water. I also visited Watsonville High School and met with students from the Echo Academy. They spoke clearly about the lack of AC in their classrooms and the need to protect mental health and support staff. These are real conditions that are learning, they're learning in every day. I walked them through how our budget works, and what stood out was their engagement. These students are paying attention, asking questions, and pushing for change, and we should be listening. I also met with the Santa Cruz County Agricultural Commissioner alongside Safe Ag, Safe Schools, and Cora to talk about pesticide use near our schools. I heard interest in innovation zones and STEAM-based alternatives, and I am open to that direction. I also raised the need to connect our students to these opportunities as well. At the same time, when we push for immediate protections, especially around organophosphates, which are linked to serious health impacts, we heard resistance. No commitment to stronger notification, and no movement on meaningful buffer zones of 1 mile. Our students are dealing with these conditions now and not years from now. This brings me to a broader issue. I submitted a request to place a resolution on environmental safety on this agenda. That resolution addressed pesticide exposure near schools, the proposed lithium battery facility, elevated classroom temperatures during periods of extreme heat, and the need to invest in HVAC and the use of flock surveillance cameras in our community. That request was unfortunately denied. I hope it will be reconsidered because providing a safe and healthy environment for our students is a responsibility that we all share. Thank you, and I look forward to this meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
Good evening, everybody. Just briefly want to bring up our continued work with effective school boards and the work that we have done to gather community voice to create the vision and values. We'll be having a special meeting after we honor our Students of the Year at next week on the 22nd at EA Hall, where we'll continue our work with creating goals and guardrails. And that's pretty much all I want to say today.
Trustee Flores?
Thank you. I didn't have any standing committees since the last board meeting, but I did attend, was able to visit a couple sites, Pajaro Middle School and Lakeview Middle School. I also was able to judge the Invention Convention at WCSA. I look forward to that every year. I hope to see that grow across our district into more schools. And I was able to attend the start of a board policy workshop. But I also have something I'd like to say, that for some time now, there have been multiple instances of troubling behavior from this dais, often aimed at our superintendent. Unfortunately, this board has not taken meaningful steps to ensure accountability. I must speak up when our superintendent's rights to privacy is not respected. As trustees of the district, we are entrusted with confidential information, particularly in matters related to human resources and personnel matters. It is essential that we adhere to our own bylaws, including bylaw 9011, which discuss disclosures of confidential privileged information, and bylaw 9321, which discuss closed session, and that we hold one another accountable when we fail to do so. In addition, we need to realign with bylaw 9322, which is on agenda and meeting materials. This policy makes clear that the board president and the superintendent work collaboratively to develop the agenda. The agenda setting committee that we have now appears to have strayed from its intended role and responsibilities. I ask that we relook at that committee.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
Hi, thank you. So what I've done since the last meeting is I went with Trustee Flores and Superintendent Dr. Contreras to visit 2 schools. We visited Pajaro Middle School and we visited Lakeview. At Pajaro Middle School, we took note of the peeling paint situation and how it perhaps wasn't primed properly and what we were doing to address that to make that school look whole again. And then I echo Trustee Medina in regards to the hydration stations. The fountains are outdated. They look like the same ones that we all drank from 30 years ago. And I think we've moved past that technology, and we're looking at Measure M funding to take care of that, especially having hydration stations near sports facilities. We are also able to meet with the principals to determine what was going well, where their challenges were, and what the district might be able to do to support them better. We were able to visit multiple classrooms, including our special ed classrooms, our science, our math, and our English classes. So it was a terrific visit, and I was glad that we were able to do that. I wasn't prepared to state this, but I wanted to support Trustee Flores in her statement. I agree with everything that she said. I would like to further state that the function of this board is to work collaboratively with their point of contact or employee in order to achieve collective goals. We should be held to a standard of respect and professionalism and adhere to our policies and bylaws, which we have not been doing for the last year and a half. We unfortunately have not followed our policies, which has led us to the chaos that ensues in our boardroom. And it's time for this board to be really clear about what behavior will and will not be tolerated. We also collectively need to come to a consensus on how we will deal with the treatment of our employee, the attacks and the confidential information that's been spread online. I hope that we can figure out a way to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Salinas Holt?
Good evening, everyone. It's great to be back and see everyone. Yesterday, I met with the Inner High Council, which, for those who don't know, is made up of students from the different students from ASBs from high schools around the district. And yesterday, we had Watsonville High School and Renaissance High in attendance. So here's a quick update from each one of those schools. Watsonville High is getting ready for this Saturday's Starry Night themed prom, and spring sports senior nights are coming right up. And then Renaissance High has been doing co-ed soccer and had a recognition assembly for students being recognized for athletic and academic achievement. And I also would like to congratulate and shout out some students from Renaissance High for their earned recognition in the Santa Cruz Farm Bureau Annual Agriculture Themed Poetry Contest. It's a little long. So the student who first place was from, pretty sure all these students are from Renaissance High, but Isaiah Medina, and then also, I'm just going to read down the list. Misael Eras Torres, Leira Ruiz Martinez, Michael Rodriguez, Jocelyn Cordona Angeles, and Kevin Torres, all from Renaissance High School, I believe. So congratulations to them. And then I also want to kind of echo what Trustee Medina and Trustee Navarro said about hydration and drinking fountains at school, and that I've constantly heard from students in the past school year about the need for them, especially at Pajaro Valley High School and Watsonville High School. But the good news that I want to share is at Watsonville High School, I've noticed, especially since spring break, there has been a lot of, just this week back, there's been a lot more drinking fountains. There was one before spring break. So it's definitely, they are showing up at school, and it's really helpful to now have modern functioning water refill stations. And most of, if not all, at this point of the construction at Watsonville High School is done, and the stairs are working, so it feels great being back, seeing our school looking nicer after spring break. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to share one thing about our trustee, because he's humble and won't share for himself. But yes, our student trustee, Desi, was just accepted, or, well, I don't know if you've accepted yet, but into UC Berkeley. So that is quite an accomplishment, yes. For those of you who don't know, that is the hardest UC to get into, and so that is quite an accomplishment, and we are really proud of him. So, yes, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Contreras. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to express appreciation for the 20 people who have decided to give up lots of their time to work on the Sustainable Schools Committee. The work that you're doing and going to be doing is vitally important to this district, and I appreciate you. I would like to talk just for a second about, the batteries, the pesticides. It seems like all of those things end up in our community, and I recognize that that's an issue. I also recognize, at least it's my understanding, that our rates of cancer in this area are higher than most other rates, most likely because of all of the things that we're inundated with. I am hopeful that the two members of this board who are part of the interagency committee, and I believe that's Trustee Medina and Trustee Navarro, will work with those other agencies who actually make the decisions about those kinds of things that plague us. And with that, we will move on to...
Trustee Turley, point of clarification.
We're moving on now?
Point of clarification.
We're moving on right now. 3.4, superintendent's comments.
So I have always said I will use my superintendent's comments for data, and I am excited to report that we begin our SBAC testing on April 20th. Our SBAC testing, I know I see our students say, no, not SBAC. They are not excited about SBAC testing, but we are excited because they get to show what they know after a year of learning. That is our annual test. That is the state mandate and the state accountability from the state of California. That is our measure and our time to prove to ourselves how well we've done in the past year of learning. Our students in 3rd through 8th grade all take the test, as well as our 11th graders. So Desi, you're off the hook this year. You don't have to take that test. And so we are doing a big push this year. We'll have a 2-week window of time where the entire district will go through their testing. So it kicks off April 20th. We have a lot of fun initiatives planned during that time, and we're going to have a big focus for our students while we go through our SBAC testing. So later on this evening, I'll be doing a presentation on data around how our students and families and staff are feeling around our Youth Truth Survey, and I look forward to presenting that information later this evening.
Thank you. I neglected to ask if there were any cards to 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, or 3.5, but Trustee Flynn tells me there are no cards for any of those items. That moves us on to 3.5, student celebrations.
We did our student celebration, which was our student trustee.
All right, thank you. That moves us to 4.1, approval of agenda. Any public comments on 4?
I have a statement
A statement on the agenda?
on this item.
Okay. We're not quite there, but we're almost there.
Well, it's
No-
the approval of the agenda.
Right.
correct?
No public comments on 4? Is that correct? Okay. All right. What is do any other trustees have comments on 4.1? Okay. Shoot.
Yeah, I just wanted a point of clarification that I had previously is, do we have an approved description of the agenda setting committee?
It's my understanding there was never a process where that committee was adopted, so there isn't anything written.
Thank
The only
you.
thing that's written has to do with president and superintendent.
Got it. I have some reservations about this agenda because the agenda setting committee was not able to meet. The board president stated that she would not be opening up her Zoom, which is the only way that Trustee Flynn and I are able to participate. So I hope moving forward that you give us more than 24 hours notice if you're going to do something to that extent, because it's really difficult for our schedules, and we don't feel like this was created collaboratively for this agenda. So that was my statement that I wanted to make.
Thank you. Is there
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
a second?
I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising a hand so I can count. 1, 2, 3. Sure.
I will agree to approve this agenda, but yes, I would agree with Trustee Medina, and I'd like to figure out something that we can have moving forward that is not based on assumption or how things have been done in the past, so that not just this agenda setting committee, but everyone after has a clear understanding of how it will work and how it will operate, and then something that everybody can agree on, so that.
Trustee Turley,
Trustee Navarro?
can I just make one comment? So I think that going forward, the agenda setting committee should take place during work hours, because our superintendent is not being paid to work after her day shift.
Thank you for that comment. We do have a motion and a second, and we started calling for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. So that looks like 5, including Trustee Salinas Holtz. I think I saw a hand. Oh, okay. So 4. And all opposed? Okay. And okay, so that gives us 4, 1, 1. Oh, wait, 0, 1. Okay, 1 absent. Oh, 2 absent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 102.
All right, thank you. Okay, action report on closed sessions. Okay.
Thank you for setting me straight. I do have my glasses on.
Oh, I should have asked, I'm sorry, if there are any cards for this item?
2.6. No cards.
Well, it'd be 5.1.
5.1. No cards.
Thank you.
Under closed session agenda item 2.6, the board voted 4003 to approve the release of 3.4 FTE temporary certificated employees. Under closed session agenda 2.6, the board voted 4003 to approve the non-reelection release of 7.2 FTE probationary certificated employees.
Thank you. That moves us to 6.1, public comment. How many cards do we have for public comments? Okay, 10 cards, 2 minutes apiece, 20 minutes? All right, would you please call the first 10?
Damian Amato, Amy Garcia, Susana Cruz Amaya, Saul Garcia, Bobby Marchisalt, Mendy Dumont, Christina Carter, Radhi Kirkmar, Mads Rimolto, Takashi Mitsuno.
All right, you're up.
Hold on 1 second.
State your name for the record, please.
Okay, when you're ready.
Damian Amado Villarruel. Can I begin? I would like to bring up again the lack of air conditioning units in the history building of Watsonville High Campus. 2 weeks ago, it reached around 90 degrees in that building. The reason I know that is because I was there and it was affecting me and my peers. Another thing I would like to bring up is the removal of the mental health counselors at Watsonville High and other campuses in PVUSD. That is a very important resource for my peers, and I think that would be a good use of money if it's a necessity. Also, I would like to bring up the fact that these meetings are here. It is difficult for me to be here. I think it would be a great place to be at the original location at the library, because it is also very close to the bus station, so it would be a great place for transport. So thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, board members. My name is Amy Garcia, and I would like to personally invite all of you to attend a peace ceremony hosted by the Watsonville High School Hope Club. This is a friendly reminder that the event will take place next Friday, April 24th, from 3 to 4 p.m. at the Watsonville High School Library. It will be a meaningful gathering focused on unity, respect, and inclusivity, bringing together students, staff, and community members. We would truly appreciate your presence and support. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Good evening, board member trustees. My name is Susana Cruz Amaya, and I represent Jóvenes Sanos, a youth league program with United Way Santa Cruz County. I'm here to invite you to our 4th annual Cultivating Hope Youth Conference, taking place at Tocoya High School on May 2nd at 11 a.m. This event is created by Youth for Youth with the goal of promoting mental wellness and reminding students that hope and support are always available. It is a free and open to ages 13 to 18. Participants will take part in interactive activities, connect with community partners, and create self-care bags that encourage health, coping skills. Watsonville High School students can also clear 2 Saturday schools days by attending. We hope to create a space where students feel supported, inspired, and connected. We kindly ask for your support in sharing these opportunities with students and family. I also have some printed flyers if anyone is interested. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would you like to bring your flyers up here? That would be okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. The superintendent shouldn't be getting a bonus while the district is in a deficit. Why did the board approve a $15,000 budget, $15,000 bonus to the superintendent just for her to then cut the $250 classroom budget? The district also hired a lawyer for $450 an hour during the negotiations with PVFT. So the district has the money to give her a bonus and hired lawyers to supposedly help the negotiations, but not to keep teachers or attend to the students' needs? Superintendent Dr. Heather Contreras, why is it when asked directly what the plans are for mental health support or counseling moving forward, you refuse to answer? Board President Carol Turnley, you swear that your layoffs are for students' overall welfare, but how can they be for us when they're going to directly harm our learning? Do you see us students as actual humans or just as another percentage that will make you more money? Do you care about how we really feel or just say that you do because you want more overall support? Do your job and be for the students you represent. You're actively cutting teachers that help students with a growing number of neurological issues while letting the pesticides contribute to the problem. Are you going to help the trustees that are gonna talk to the companies that work with the fields, or are you gonna help them, or are you just gonna let them do all the work when you also have fields around your schools? And I think you should be more concerned and more open to that being on the agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, please.
I'm Christina Carter. I'm representing Minty White School staff and parents. I'm here tonight to make you, the board, and the public aware of an ongoing situation at Minty White School that has not been resolved. In a nutshell, we were promised last spring 2025 that our full-time academic coordinator would be fully paid by district funds for the 2025-26 school year if our student enrollment exceeded 500 students. On day one, August 13th, 2025, Minty White had 510 students enrolled, and we have continued to exceed 500 student quota all year. I have attached documents for proof of this. It's in an email. This agreement was not honored, and the Minty White School budget has been paying 50% of our AC's salary all year, about $50,000. In August 2025, our new principal, Javier Sanchez, and in his meetings with former principal Samantha De Gorreta, was made aware of this agreement. He followed up in September 2025 with district personnel and was told it would be looked into. We, the Minty White staff and parents, were not informed until January that our AC was being funded 50% through school funds, Minty White funds. As of now, there is no rectification or accountability by district administration as to why this budgetary error occurred. This is unacceptable and inequitable, as Bradley Elementary was granted the full funding of their AC via district monies. They had the same agreement as Minty White last spring. I bring you this to your attention in hopes that your guidance and influence will encourage PVUSD to honor its promise of transparency and equity across all schools. I emailed this to the board last night with supporting evidence in an email chain that has been going on for several months. Thank you, Gabriel and Daniel Dodge, for acknowledging this communication.
Thank you. Good evening, and I'm Takashi. I went to the Watsonville Ivy League Project fundraising dance and concert at Melo Center on March 28th. Because I was interested in going there because in the last board meeting, student trustee Deshi said he applied to Brown University, Yale University, and University of Penn, but he didn't say he applied to UC Berkeley too. And I was also interested in this project because my wife studied at Yale University and two of her brothers studied at MIT and Harvard University, respectively. And one of them has become a worldwide well-known astrophysicist of Princeton University. He also became a respected administrator at Princeton University, one of the Ivy League universities. And I never knew what Ivy League universities meant to the people in this country when I lived in Japan. You might wonder how I could survive to live with such a family on the East Coast. And I regularly went back to a place where I had belonged to. My hometown is 6 miles away, and very old town and very small city. And the city has been sister city with Mountain View City for almost 40 years. And I have come to play a very unique role which no other family members thought of. And as the students said at the end of the concert, they were excited to go and see those universities on the East Coast this September. And I made a small donation to the project, $20 for the ticket and $4 for a cup of hot chocolate.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mads Rolmuto, parent. There are so many ways PVUSD employees go above and beyond every day. And I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the work being done by a number of staff and students within the Equity and Inclusion Committee. April is Autism Appreciation Month. A subcommittee focused on disability inclusion has been working to make this more than symbolic, using it as a real opportunity to improve student outcomes through greater awareness, appreciation, and inclusion across the district. This includes preparing materials for our educators to use. I'd like to read a short excerpt from the materials that were prepared by this group. Autism Acceptance Month moves beyond mere awareness to actively include and support autistic individuals, fostering belonging without trying to change them. Autism Appreciation actively celebrates the values and unique perspectives and inherent worth of autistic people rather than just tolerating their existence. So thank you for that work. I also just wanted to mention on May 20th from 11 to 1, the district will celebrate Harvey Milk Day here at the central office, and I hope everyone in the room, the board, considers attending. There's going to be quite the lineup. And I encourage you to attend, and I thank the district for the work that it's doing to make sure students and staff from around the district can participate as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Roddy Kirkman. I am the VP of Negotiations for the PVFT, and I am here to speak tonight about our most recent negotiation session, where we were provided a total compensation offer that included a COLA raise for this current school year and the next subsequent 2 school years. I want to be really clear. A COLA is not a raise. It is a literal acronym for a cost of living adjustment. We did not receive a COLA last year, so I see that as a pay cut already. On top of that, we were provided information that they are proposing to hard cap our benefits. That is an additional pay cut to every single member in my unit, every single one. Historically, PVUSD has had lower salaries than anywhere else in this county and surrounding counties. But the reason people are dedicated and committed and stay in this district is because they like the benefits and they love this community. Attempting to dismantle that is dismantling the community of PVUSD. It is unacceptable. It is an unacceptable offer, and it is a disgrace to have passed that across the table. Not only that, you brought a new attorney to join us with the intent to help support and facilitate movement. It's disgusting. After that, a message was sent out that we remain committed to supporting teachers and continuing productive conversations focused on long-term stability for students, staff, and community. Your actions show the complete opposite.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. Good to see you all back here. Hope everybody here had a good spring break who got somewhat of a break. I just want to echo some of what Roddy said and my own disappointment in things I'm hearing from our negotiating table. And to echo what she said, I've heard teachers saying, man, teachers who thought they'd never leave here or never question being here, talking about, especially with the cap, like I don't know if I can stay here much longer. Morale is low. It really is. And I want to encourage you to think about why. I keep hearing about transparency. Quick idea, I mentioned it once in an email, but I wonder if we've talked about open negotiations. Could we broadcast our negotiations? It's not an unheard of practice, and I wonder what it might change at the negotiating table, okay? And there would be transparency. We could back up what is written and what is sent out there. It's just something I want to put out there. I do have a concern. I think I heard something tonight, if I understood correctly, about treated employees. And I've been hearing a narrative on the other side about why people are leaving the district. On one hand, maybe we should let people's silence be silence, if that's it. But if we're not, also, there seem to be competing narratives. And I think we tend to want to blame the board at times, which there's more going on than just that. And I want to encourage you to just listen to all of the sides and everything going on. Anyways, I feel like there was something else I wanted to say, but you know what? We got a long night ahead of us. Thanks for being here, everybody. I had 30 seconds to stand here and thank. Yeah, I should have written it down. Thank you, Flynn, but I'll be back.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Contreras. My name is Mindy Green Dumont. I am proudly born and raised in Watsonville. I am a graduate of Minty White Elementary School, Minty White Elementary School, EA Hall Middle School, and Watsonville High School. I went to college, directly came back, got a teaching position in 2001. So I have 25 years as an educator, 13 years as a student, which gives me 38 years now in this district. I have never been more appalled and horrified by the decisions being made. You claim we're facing a deficit spending and we need to correct course, yet We have not had one in at least 5 years. We have already been right-sizing with declining enrollment, and the second interim budget even shows a projected 2.17 million surplus for next year. So why are we making such damaging cuts? You're eliminating academic coordinators, individuals who provide critical support on our campuses. They're often the ones ensuring student safety, running after children who leave campus. Removing these positions creates serious safety risk, and I fear it opens the district up to liability when no one is going to be available to respond. You're also cutting healthcare assistance. Every school deserves a full-time healthcare provider. At my site, Miss Ramona, she sees an average of 55 students a day. Now she's going to be expected to split between 2 schools. Who is going to care for these 55 students a day, especially without even academic coordinators? In addition, you're eliminating emotional counselors, instructional support aides. These are positions that are essential for our most vulnerable students. You say you're putting students first, but this is the exact opposite. You are creating worse learning conditions, not better ones. And after 8 negotiation sessions, I think we deserve better than this. Thank you.
That moves us to 7.
Trustee Turley?
Yes.
Before we move on, can I ask for a point of clarification? Nope, okay.
Thank you. 7.1, this is employee organizations comments. Do we have any speaker cards? Anything for 7? 7.1,
Point of order.
7.3.
Point of order.
We're just about to do something?
You're going against the own document that you posed saying that we could make a point of order and you would have to accept it. So are you going against that already?
I don't believe I've done that, but anyway.
Point of order.
How many do we have for 7? Okay, none for 7. So our first employee union is Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. Is there someone here representing?
Bobby Pells, Watsonville High, and proud PBFT union member. Tonight I speak on behalf of the dedicated teachers who were unceremoniously given pink slips. The new teachers who badly wanted to be here, but were non-reelected. The veteran teachers retiring earlier than they planned. And the committed teachers who, despite it all, will still be here next year for their kids. My dad, a retired teacher himself, always tells me, teaching is not a choice, it's a calling. Thank you to every educator, past and present, in this room and watching online, for answering that call. You deserve far more respect than this district has shown you. For the past year, our educators have been fed the same excuses over and over again. The cuts are unfortunate but necessary. The sacrifices must be made. That we have to accept less now in order to protect the district from something worse later. And over the past year, that fear was used to justify cut after cut, layoff after layoff, concession after concession, all in the name of protecting us from something worse. But tonight I want to ask, what exactly is that worse that you have spent the last 2 years warning us about? A state takeover? A loss of local control? I ask you, would the state have eliminated our mental health clinicians, the very people students rely on in moments of crisis? No, you already did that. Would the state have cut support for our most vulnerable students in special education? No, you already did that. Would the state have sat on $50 million in reserve instead of using it to keep teachers in the classroom? No, you already did that. Would the state have outsourced critical student services while eliminating the good people already doing that same work in our own schools? No, you already did that. Would the state have walked out on public comment because they did not like what the people had to say? No, you already did that. Would the state have cut health benefits for teachers and called it a fair deal? It's too late. You're already doing that next. The truth is, this worst we're all supposed to be afraid of is you. If it were just the state up there, I would be angry at the system. But because it's you, and I know you, I feel betrayed. What what exactly are you protecting us from? Every so-called hard choice you make seems to end the same way. Educators being asked to do more with less. And now, after everything educators and students have already endured this year, your answer is to come to the bargaining table and demand even more. Your proposal to cap our health care benefits would force educators to pay hundreds of dollars every month just to keep the health care our families rely on. For an employee-only plan, that's over $300 a month. For employee plus one, over $600. For family coverage, over $1,000 every single month. And what do you offer in return? A 2.3% cost of living adjustment, the bare minimum we should be getting anyway. That's not a fair deal. That's a pay cut. So my reply is simple. No. No more cuts, no more layoffs, no more concessions, no cap. Contrary to what you may believe, we do not have to accept less. San Francisco Unified, a district also in qualified status, has proven this. Their educators were told the same thing we've been told. Do more with less. Accept the cuts. Lower your expectations. But when the United Educators of San Francisco stood together and demanded better, they won. They won fully paid health care. They won 5% raises. They won workload reductions in special education. And the state, who you believe would be worse for us, approved that contract. So we do not accept that cuts are necessary. The sacrifice always has to come from us, and that the only way forward is for educators to accept less. You all talk about the importance of student outcomes, but I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it until it finally sinks in. You cannot put students first if you put educators last. The greatest threat to this district is not Sacramento. The greatest threat to this district is leadership that has the power to stand up for us and chooses not to. If this is what local control looks like, then maybe it's time this community started asking whether this is really the local control that we want. Our educators deserve better. Our students deserve better. And this community deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is CSEA, California School Employees Association. Is there somebody representing CSEA? Okay. Moving on, 7.3, CWA, Communication Workers of America. This is our substitute teachers. Mike Floor.
Good evening again, Board of Trustees and Dr. Contreras. And the two board members that I didn't see earlier when I was in closed session. My name is Mike Floor. I'm here representing CWA. And basically, there's not a whole lot going on with anything new to share. We have negotiations going with KIT. They're well underway. I feel they're going pretty well. We have more negotiating to do, but there's already been some agreements to some terms. And I feel encouraged about how things are going. I feel encouraged about how a lot of things are going. We have a lot of subs that are very active in this community, and I look forward to improving the working conditions that they're experiencing from day to day. I feel strongly that that's going to happen. I'm well into the LPAC testing season, and I've been testing at PV Elevate, which is a new program the district is offering for virtual learning. From the kids' end, it's the same experience, but from our end, there's some different aspects to the model of the program. The school doesn't have its own charter, so it's not recognized in Sacramento as a separate school. It is a program, and that causes some logistical challenges for the testing. I don't need to get into the details of it, but the program model isn't being honored by the district. This is the very first year that we're doing the LPAC testing with those students. I spent the whole day in this building testing those kids, and I didn't have enough time to really elaborate on things earlier today because I only had 2 minutes, but I got a few more minutes now. I don't want to get too into it, but there needs to be more of the model, the way the program is supposed to unfold, being honored by the school sites. It's a little too late for that for this season, but for next season, it would be great to see the model being adhered to the way it was designed. There's some ambiguities and I don't want to say miscommunications, but just some misalignments with some of the people that I've been working with in the department itself. We're adjusting to a new director, and so our department has been kind of in flux since COVID. I'm trying to offer a little stability in that as a tester himself. But really, that's all I really have to say with regards to CWA. Any of the substitutes watching this, it would be wonderful if I could get a little help, get a little more involvement, whether you get trained as a steward or you take on a responsibility, that would be wonderful. We're working on your behalf tirelessly. Me and the few other people, we want to have monthly unit meetings. This is addressed to the people watching this that are substitutes. Don't be discouraged. Things are going to improve. You'll see them come down the pike probably before the end of the school year. And then maybe a few of you will join us in leadership roles for CWA, the locals in San Jose. It's a national union, and they represent our subs, and their representation is improving and evolving these last couple of years. Anyway, that's all I have. I hope this meeting doesn't go too late. It's good to see you all. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flo.
Point of order.
We're moving on to 8.1.
Point of order.
Which is public hearing,
So,
resolution 252628.
Trustee Turley, you have to take the point of order.
I don't believe I have to take the.
Bylaw 9121, President, Rule of Parliamentary Procedure, referring questions of procedure to Vice President or Clerk if they are unknown to the President. So that's directly in our bylaws. So I'm asking that you please take the point of order because it's a violation.
What's your violation?
Your violation. I'm the one asking for a point of order.
Okay, what's the violation?
I just read it to you. You're not taking our parliamentary inquiries that we're asking for. A point of clarification as well as a point of order needs to be taken despite what you think of us, okay? So I just want to make sure that you're enforcing that equitably because we've had that conversation where you don't disperse that correctly amongst all the trustees.
Yes. 8.1, public hearing, resolution 252628, Williams Sufficiency of Instructional Materials. Report will be offered by Gerardo Castillo, CPA, and Chief Business Officer.
Director Richmond will join me as well. Good evening, President Turley, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. Congratulations on getting accepted to Berkeley. Don't forget us when you became famous. Don't forget you're coming from. Today, there's hitting a formal requirement under the Williams settlement legislation. We are here to certify that our district, Pajaro Valley Unified School District, provides every student with sufficient textbooks and instructional materials to ensure the materials are available for use in class and take home, and they're aligned with the state curriculum frameworks in core subjects. Following the public hearing, we are requesting the board to adopt resolution 252628 to formally certify compliance for the 25-26 school year. Sufficient means that every student, including English learners, has a textbook or instructional materials to use in class, take home to complete the required assignments. The certification covers the core areas of reading, language arts, math, science, and history. The Williams Act. The Williams Act is about equity and access and was established to ensure that all students, regardless of their school's location, socioeconomic status, have three essentials. 1, sufficient instructional materials. 2, clean, safe, and functional facilities. 3, qualified teachers. We recommend the board to open the public hearing, take testimony, and subsequently move to the adopt resolution 252628, and we have a here team to answer any questions.
I'm told we don't have any public speakers for this item, so I'll open it up to the board. Trustee Medina, any comments?
You have to open the public hearing.
Oh, I open the hearing.
Thank you.
Trustee Medina, do you have comments on this?
I'll signify when I have a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dodge Jr., any comment? Nope. Trustee Flynn? Trustee Salinas Holtz? Trustee Navarro? And, okay, it sounds like no comments. And we're not taking action on this tonight, but it will come back to us again. All right, thank you. Closing that hearing. 9.1, Contracts of Employment, Chief Business Officer. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening, President Turley, Dr. Contreras, members of the board, and the greater PVUSD community. In the board packet tonight, you'll have a contract for employment for Gerardo Castillo, CBA. This is a renewal of contract. With the expiration of June 2026, this contract in your board packet extends Mr. Castillo's employment to June 30th, 2029. All other elements of the contract are as is and are unchanged, including Mr. Castillo's salary, as well as Mr. Castillo's agreement to only take dental and vision insurance, but not take medical coverage in lieu of his salary. So we ask for the board's approval of the contract.
We're not at that point yet, but we will be very soon. All right, thank you.
Very welcome.
Do we have any comment cards for 9.1?
Yes. Christina, 3.
So 2 minutes apiece.
Christina Carter, Takashi Mizuno, and Bobby Pels.
The order doesn't matter.
So I have the salary scale, cabinet salary scale in front of me. And I have the contract. And it says here that the salary for Mr. Castillo is $229,000 plus a stipend of $5,806 for the school year. That is $234,806. But it says on here, step 4 for his job is $193,321. If you add the $5,806 because he's CPA, that's $199,127. If going by my numbers of what it should go to his salary, right, there's a big difference, $29,873. That's a savings already. That's half of the youngest teacher's salary right there. There's some money. If we go by your numbers, saying $229,000 plus $5,806, $234,806, where are you getting those numbers? Because this is what you have published on the website. Where's his salary coming from? And why is he getting that salary when that's not the published salary that you have in on the website?
Thank you.
I'm Takashi again. I support the contract with Mr. Carrillo. And regarding what several members of the teachers union said, I have followed and I have respected and followed what our trustee Jessica Carrasco thought since last December. And I was impressed when I saw Mr. Carrillo standing at the podium in the board meeting last September. No one applied to this position for more than 1 year after Ms. Jennifer Im, former CBO, made it public that she would leave PVUSD. She said in the board meeting that she had never before been treated in her entire life as disrespectfully as Trustee Medina treated her. She is a Korean American woman. If the board do not support this contract with Mr. Carrillo, no one would apply for this position again for a while.
Thank you.
Bobby Pell, Watsonville High, proud PVFT union member. I would like to point out that this contract provides a CPA certification stipend that is triple what teachers receive for a master's degree. I actually have 2 master's degrees, but I still only receive credit for 1. What makes his CPA certification more valuable than my 2 master's degrees in education? This contract also provides $6,000 a year for gas and mileage. Meanwhile, I will no longer be getting my $250 for classroom supply budget. That means I will now be paying out of pocket for basic materials in my classroom. If teachers are now expected to pay for classroom supplies out of pocket, then leadership should be expected to pay for their own gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any trustees have comments? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I looked at the earlier contract too, and I actually noticed this across most 2 of the contracts. Is the earlier contract runs from October 1st, 25 through June 30th, 26, with a note that if the CBO receives a satisfactory evaluation, the agreement will be extended for 2-year term by a later board amendment. The new contract runs from July 1st, 26 through June 2029, and that's a 3-year term. And it does not include the extend for 2 years after a satisfactory language. So I'd like to get some clarity on that. I know I only have 3 minutes, so I'm gonna go through my observations. Also, the earlier contract included specific remote work allowance. Well, he relocated twice per week from Sacramento area for 6 months, ending March 31st. So that's that's passed already. Then 1 day per week through June 30th, 2026, with days set with the superintendent. And the new contract removes the remote work language entirely. So I just want to know if that's still happening. Also, the earlier contract shows, oh no, that's it. Yeah, so I think my biggest one is there a $6,000 reimbursement for gas or travel? If we could get confirmation on that. And also, why are we not sticking with the 2-year extension and adding 3 years? And that's my questions.
So I'm requesting a 3-year contract extension, which I can do if we don't feel like that's worth it. Mr. Castillo has demonstrated to be a very astute CBO, and it's my recommendation that we try to keep him. In the first month that he was with us, he saved us $3 million by finding, 3.1 exactly, by finding some insurance money that we needed to capitalize on. He's made several other very smart investments on our behalf that have also saved the district substantial amounts of money. He's very good at his job. We are very lucky to have him, and I'd like to have 3 years more guaranteed. He has stopped his remote work and has relocated here in Watsonville and made himself part of the community. The $6,000, there is a monthly stipend for travel that all cabinet members have. So that's what is being referenced there. And I think there's been some confusion in the community around salary schedule. People are referencing an old salary schedule. I'm not sure if why that's posted or where that's being referenced. We have been migrating to a new website and website platform. So as we do that, we're cleaning out things, and that takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to confirm that I did see.
Just 1 second. I am going to give a warning that we do need to refrain from shouting out. We will have people removed from the room if we need to do that.
Ruling with an iron fist today. Okay. So the $6,000, so every cabinet member gets that for the reimbursement?
Every cabinet member has a monthly stipend.
600.
That is,
600.
Yeah, it's not $6,000.
Okay, I was like, dang, Castillo, what kind of car are you driving? All right, okay, cool. Yeah, I was like, you're on one of those old wind-up ones, man. And with gas going up, I was like, I see it. Okay, cool. I just wanted to get confirmation on that. So, and from what I saw, I did see that schedule. So I did have questions on that. So I think for transparency, we should put up the new one so that way the community could see that.
That's your time? Trustee Dodge, did you have comments?
I haven't known Mr. Castillo that long, but I just like to say, thank you for what you've done for at least Watsonville High School. Whether it's, graduation last year, at least we had half, the stadium that we promised the people that we were going to build. Thank you for getting it completed as well. The girls softball bathroom, which has been an issue in my trustee area for a long time, and I know air conditioning is a big thing at Watsonville High, and with the passage of Measure M, I have complete confidence he will do something to work on air conditioning at Watsonville High. I know there's other MOUs, whether Watsonville Little League, which is important in my constituent area. Mr. Medina knows, trying to bring the White Hot dancers back to whether it's Mini White or EA Hall, which is very important. And so working with you, I support this, and I support you, and I'd like to make the motion that we support this item to bring back a contract for 3 more years, and hopefully that we still can continue to work on the Measure M bonds that we promised the people. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dodge. We are going to continue with board comments and then see if there's a second to the motion. Trustee Flores, any comments?
I would like to second his motion, and I kind of kept track every time we're told when our CBO has saved us more money. Into my account, we're already like over $5 million. So I thank you. I'm excited that we have such a good CBO working for PVUSD. So I am full support of this contract.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
Gerardo, I wanted to echo the sentiment. I know within your first month, I just wanted to echo what Dr. Contreras said. You saved us like $2 million, and you have been very good at your job at saving us money so that we can figure out a way to reimburse our teachers more adequately. And I wholly support this, and thank you so much for your hard work. The last thing I just want to say is I understand that people don't want to view the school district as a business, but it is 100% a business. We have a $300 million annual budget, and you need somebody smart and somebody good at their job to run this. So thank you, Mr. Castillo. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Salinas Holtz, any comments? Yep. Okay. Trustee Flynn?
Trying to set the timer for myself. Okay. I want to acknowledge that the timing of these is not the best. And I, didn't have anything to do with how the agenda was set this time, and so was really surprised to see this and kind of ducked and covered because I was preparing myself for community comments around all of these contracts. I had to do a lot of research and understanding, and one of the things that I learned is that, part of California law makes it so that our superintendent has to bring this towards before us when it is a personnel decision, a hiring decision, and usually those are handled by her. So this is now, because of California law, a public matter. I was told that that nothing was changing with your contract outside of the 3-year extension. So it says something to me that you're here and open to being here for another 3 years. So I appreciate that. And then I appreciate Mr. Bragg, you giving me the original and the proposed to compare line by line, especially making that available to the public if they wanted to see it. The accepting the contract without the benefits is something that was proposed to us in the very beginning, and so I appreciate that you're continuing that. Maybe that's something that we can look at down the line as I have to stop. Oh, 3, okay, all right, okay. So I appreciate you accepting this without that, and the next time it comes up, if before the 3 years, then that may be something that could be added back. But just to keep in line with community and sensitivity to that, I appreciate you accepting the contract without that. So you have some time to talk. I was gonna second the motion.
Okay, timer started for me. I'm not going to use all of it. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Castillo. You've done some great work for us, and I really appreciate that you're here with us, and you want to continue. Thank you. So,
a point of clarification, really quick. If you don't like it, you don't need to be president, okay? So this is what I want to state, and this is information that I just saw. So it's $500 a month, right? So within 12 months, that's $6,000 a year for those reimbursements.
Right.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the table from Trustee Dodge Jr. I think I heard a second from Trustee Flores. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. And one absence. So 6-0-1-0. Thank you. And that moves us on to 9.2.
Point of order. 6001.
Okay, 6001, thank you. Moving on to 9.2, contract of employment,
Thank you for
Assistant Superintendent Education Services. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg, Assistant Super. You do your own?
No.
Okay, all right. Okay, okay, Education Services. Thank you.
This should be
Point of order. I think Gerardo wanted to say something. You could roll your eyes.
No, thank you for the opportunity, and I cannot do my job without you. And I want to say, I have been working 6 months, but I love this community, and I feel like home. I have been in the United States since 17 years old, but here in Watsonville, I don't know what it is, but I feel like this is home. So I don't know why, but I will love it here. Thank you.
I appreciate that, thank you. Okay, Senor Bragg, you're back up.
All right, well, very similar to the last presentation for action with Mr. Castillo, I have Mr. Berman's contract for you next. I do want to point out that part of what we're doing is aligning the cycles with these contracts, and there was a question about that, right? So you did see Mr. Berman's contract last spring in June, and it was approved. So as you read through his contract, you're going to see that it just brings everything into alignment to that 2029 timeline. What's unique about Mr. Berman's contract, when you look at his original contract from June, it references a step 3 at a particular salary, and then as we're renewing this year, because we're in a new year, and just like all of our salary schedules, you move step in class as you acquire a full year of service within the district. Mr. Berman has moved to step 4, referenced in the current salary. So that's a very standard process. I just want to bring to light so there's no questions or curiosities about that Mr. Berman, because of the time of a contract, last year had rendered a full year's of service, and as we roll into July 1, Mr. Berman gets to step over once on the salary schedule into a new step, because he'd rendered that full year of service similar to all of our employees, credentialed, certificated, classified, etc. So I did want to highlight that. With regard to Mr. Berman's contract, everything else, just like Mr. Castillo's, is as is.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment cards?
Yes. Takashi Mizuno and Bobby Pels.
For 9-2?
Oh. Okay.
Yes, please.
I don't need to say my name again. Anyway, I don't know about Mr. Berman except only one thing. When he used the word homeless in his presentation in the board meeting, Trustee Joy Flynn was really upset. And she told me that incident was broadcast nationwide by Fox News, and she told me I should watch it, and I watch it. And you see, and I wrote this piece for you, joy in Chinese character, joyful. And anyway, one thing which is that news by Fox News didn't say is that he said to you, thank you. And that's the only reason why I support this contract with him.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pels.
Bobby Pels, Watsonville High proud PVUFT union member. And the first thing I'd like to say is, you're lucky to have me too. But for some reason, every year I keep getting asked to accept less instead of more. I know that I haven't saved the district $3 million. I just change kids' lives every single day. I would like to also point out that this contract provides a master's stipend that is double what teachers receive for that same degree. What makes his master's degree more valuable than both of mine? This contract definitely provides $6,000 a year for gas and mileage. Meanwhile, I will no longer be getting a $250 classroom supply budget. See what I mean? Less. That means I will now be paying out of my pocket for basic materials in my classroom. If teachers are now expected to pay for classroom supplies out of their own pocket, then leadership should be expected to pay for their own gas. Shared sacrifice should start at the top. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe this is just an error in a typo, but I noticed that for Mr. Berman's contract, it says July 1st, 2027. Why are we renewing a contract that starts 2027 in 2026? Maybe it's just a typo. Just notice that. I am in support of you, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all of them, right? Do any board members have comments? Trustee Dodge?
Well, maybe one day Mr. Pels can be part of cabinet if he chooses to, and we look forward to that. With that being said, Mr. Berman, I haven't known you personally that long, but I know you've worked your way through PVUSD. You've been a teacher, a principal, an administrator. When I asked for you to show up to Radcliffe, you said no problem. And, we need to continue to keep cabinet members like you. And, I'm going to make a motion to support your contract. And hopefully when I do, or any of us request, translation or parent meetings, you show up. So, thank you.
Thank you. I am going to give one more reminder. We need to not shout out, even when it's things that give us joy, we need to keep it down. Thank you. Any others? Trustee Flores?
Just also, to echo what has already been said, but yes, I do appreciate the hard work that you give PVUSD, that you've given your whole career with us. I see the joy that you get when you interact with students, and that just, I love it. I love to see when they come up to you and give you big hugs. And I know that you're a huge, huge commodity and blessing to this school district. So I thank you, and I'm full support of this contract.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I noticed that 2005 gap, there was like 3 contracts because we made an amendment on another one. So I noticed that as well, but it got cleared up. We are at a time where expenses are going up. I do not feel good about giving a step raise at this time when we're in negotiations with our teachers, when their $250 stipend is getting cut. So aside from the contract itself, Berman, you've been great to work with. I like you're responding to my emails, and your video game is, coming up more and more. Exactly, 12 decibels, you got it. So I'm happy to do that, but I would like to make a secondary motion to approve this with the fact that we could have a discussion on the $500 amount for cabinet level positions.
So we're continuing with the conversation or the input from board members, and we're going back to our original motion. Trustee Flynn, did you have comments?
It's my understanding that this step is automatic. That happens with teachers too. Is that correct? Okay. I don't know how that would work. But I wanted to say, Gerardo, thank you. I didn't say that before. I don't know if that came through, but also, Mike, I appreciate your efforts and your openness to just being aware and changing language when it needs to be changed. And our exchanges have always been really good, and as our cabinet dwindles, I'm glad that you're committed, and I know that nobody's job at PVUSD is easy. I want to acknowledge that. And again, acknowledging that the timing of this is not great, because it was very hard for me to see that these were on the agenda when we haven't even come to clear negotiations with our teachers. So I want to acknowledge that as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Navarro.
Yes, so thank you, Mike, for all that you do, and I support you in this. I am out and about all the time, and I run into you everywhere, not just at Aptos High, where both of our kids go, but we were touring Pajaro Middle School, and you were there. So thank you for all that you do. I know how invested you are in this community, so I appreciate you. And then, Trustee Turley, can I ask for a point of clarification on something that was made during public comment?
We're not on that topic.
Okay,
so I think we're moving on. Thank you, though. Trustee Salinas Holtz, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Well, I don't know why I passed last time, but thank you also, Mr. Castillo, for all the work you've done for our district. And I've had so many, all the interactions I've had with you have been very positive, and thank you for congratulating me too. And then, Mr. Berman, thank you for all your support you've given me personally this past year too, as my student trustee position. And I know both of you do amazing stuff for this district. So, thank you for all both of you have done.
Thank you. And for my comments, just thank you, Mr. Berman, for being part of our PVUSD community. I appreciate you. So we do have a motion on the table from Trustee Daniel Dodge Jr. Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 5 yeses. Any opposed?
I'm an aye, but I wanted to make a secondary motion. A substitute motion, I apologize.
So we already have a motion and a second, and I've counted to 5.
I don't know what's up with you today, Carol, but
I think he made a substitute motion before the second, so I think I'm not sure how that
if
works.
we're not following Robert's rules, let them penalize the
Yeah, we've
president.
never adopted, this
Point of
organization
order?
has never adopted Robert's rules. So, okay,
It's parliamentary procedure, which is directly on the bylaws, Trustee
So
Turley. So if you're not
we-
reading that information, I don't know what
we
to tell
have
you.
5 in favor. What is, are you voting yes, or are you?
I'm making a substitute motion.
Okay, right now we're on our first motion. Are you voting yes or no on that?
Do you know how that works?
Can I make a point of
I'm
order?
confused. Point of order. Okay.
I'm going to abstain because the president doesn't clearly know the rules, so let's just move on.
Okay, so we have 5 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 absence. Motion carries. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick clarification question?
We're moving on to 9.3, Contract of Employment, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. Report will be presented by Dr. Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of HR.
Actually, I will be presenting this one because it would
Okay,
be
that
strange
makes
for
more sense.
Mr. Bragg to present his own contract. So similar to the other two contracts we've heard this evening, I'm bringing forward our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Mr. Bragg was given a one-year contract when we first hired him. He was a new entity to us. When we brought him on, Mr. Bragg was given a huge task by me, and that was to follow the FCMAT report that we had done, and I asked him to follow it exactly and to begin approaching all of the things that were raised as concerns in the FCMAT report. In the past year that Mr. Bragg has been with us, he has systematically began to address all of the points that needed to be addressed and has done an excellent job. I've been really impressed with his efforts and what he's done in the HR department. To be new to our system, new to this HR, and to have accomplished all of the different things that he's done has been really great. So we're asking for a 3-year extension to Mr. Bragg's contract, same salary schedule and same exact contract that was brought before you 1 year ago, aside from the 3-year extension.
Thank you. Do we have any comment cards for 9.3?
Bobby Pels, Takashi Mitsuno, Radhi Kirasan, Christina Carter, and Patricia Soto. I don't know, I can't read today.
Let me try.
Sotoreo.
Okay, that'll be 2 minutes apiece. Go ahead.
Bobby Pell, Watsonville High, proud PVFT union member. Like previous contracts, this one also provides a master's stipend that is double what teachers receive for the same degree. I remind you, I have two master's degrees, and I only receive credit for one. What makes his master's degree more valuable than both of mine? Like the previous contract, this one also provides $6,000 a year for gas and mileage. Meanwhile, teachers in this district just lost our $250 classroom supply budget. That means many of us will be paying out of pocket for basic materials in our classroom. This is now the third executive contract tonight that protects perks for leadership while asking teachers to absorb more costs ourselves. If teachers are now expected to pay for classroom supplies out of their own pocket, then leadership should be expected to pay for their own gas. If you're trying to show that you value us teachers and what we do, this is not how you do it. You cannot put students first if you put educators last. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Takashi again, and as I said in the previous board meeting, I helped TK and kinder classes at whole district school for 3 years, almost every day, from Mondays to Fridays, as a volunteer between 2015 and 2018. And I helped teachers and parents and students, and I was treated very disrespectfully, which I never experienced in my life by administrators. And I just taught my complaint through teachers' unions to the human resources directors. No responses, no answers. There are so many volunteers, as you know, in PBS schools. And volunteers don't have any power, any voices. So with that said, I expect and I hope that Mr. Cruz, you would treat volunteers differently. Just listen to volunteers. I have been volunteering again for almost 2 years in 2 elementary schools. My job these days is just weeding every day. Yeah, thank you. I support the contract. with what I said.
Thank you.
I have the contract again that is published on the website, and it says 2024-25. It's the same one for all, supposedly for all the cabinet members tonight. Michael Berman's salary is on here. Mr. Bragg's salary is on there. Mr. Castillo's salary is not on there. So there's a discrepancy here in pay and public knowledge of that and why. And now I would like to just ask why Mr. Bragg is being put on step 7. According to what I understand, we gain years with experience. And I don't believe Mr. Bragg has experience at the assistant superintendent level for that many years. So I'm just asking why he's being put on that level, and I think it should be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Patricia Sotarello from CCMS Middle School, and I'm reading this statement that was written by Emily Halbig, a teacher also at my school at CCMS, a member of the PBFT negotiation team. And this is with our sentiment altogether. This is what she wrote. I strongly urge the school board to oppose this 3-year contract extension for the assistant superintendent of HR, Kate Bragg. A leadership role of this magnitude requires clear communication, deep knowledge of labor laws and the collective bargaining process, and high emotional intelligence, qualities that have been consistently lacking during Mr. Bragg's tenure. Mr. Bragg's performance during union negotiations has raised significant concerns regarding his competency. An assistant superintendent of HR should possess a comprehensive understanding of labor contracts. However, Mr. Bragg's recurring need for legal counsel to help him interpret and navigate standard negotiations indicates a lack of expertise required for this role. Effective leadership in human resources necessitates direct and transparent communication with staff and the public. Currently, Mr. Bragg relies on the public information officer to facilitate and distribute his basic correspondence. Extending this contract for an additional 3 years would be a disservice to the district's fiscal health and professional standards. I urge the board to decline or amend these for 1 year extension until Mr. Bragg proves that he can do his job. Thank you. Again, this was for by Emily.
Thank you. That's your time.
Good evening again. Joy, it's Roddy Kirkman, Chief Negotiator for PVFT. I'm also here to speak about the renewal of this contract. And in my role as the negotiator, I have worked with and negotiated with 4 superintendents previous to Mr. Bragg over the years in PVUSD. I have serious concerns about the renewal of this contract and the length of the renewal. Previously, we've only renewed these assistant super contracts for 2 years max. Mr. Bragg has not demonstrated a commitment to learning the PVUSD community. He consistently will bring forward experience that he's had previously and fails to listen to the experience, the values, and the knowledge of those who have dedication and experience in this community. We began the year negotiating with an attorney because of the lack of experience Mr. Bragg has. After months and months of community outcry, we were finally informed that the attorney would no longer attend as of January. Fast forward to yesterday, and a new attorney is present to help support and facilitate negotiations, an act that shows there's a lack of qualification without expensive outside support. I will say one thing Mr. Bragg is very adept at is saying a lot without saying anything at all. I finally want to share a personal experience. We meet weekly at HR, and several months ago, one of our executive council members attended an HR meeting with us. They were appalled at the way Kit addressed me specifically, the only woman in the room. It was derogatory, the way he spoke to me. This was later addressed and reported to Dr. Contreras in a meeting where I believe Mr. Bragg was present.
Thank you, that's your time, Roddy. That's the last one on this, okay. Any board comments?
Trustee Turley. Trustee Turley, I move to amend item 9.3 by changing the contract end date from June 30th, 2029 to June 30th, 2027.
Okay, we're going to continue with comments, and if you get a second on that, then we'll address that motion.
Cool, so I could continue my comments?
Okay.
All right, awesome. So I have concerns about how the human resource function has been used in high-stakes settings and union settings. I have heard legal counsel used in ways that can increase tension and reduce problem solving. I want HR to lead with trust, clear facts, and good faith, and use counsel when needed, not as the default posture. I also have concerns on some things that I observed and experienced, a situation where serious claims were presented to the board without what I would consider core information, and with the reliance on secondhand accounts. In a setting where the board must make careful decisions about people's careers and safety, I need HR to bring complete facts, primary documentation when possible, and a balanced presentation that separates verified information from opinion. Related to that, during a vote, I abstained on a matter, and I was asked whether anything could be said to change my vote. In a context where the board did not have full participation, I respect colleagues who want clarity, yet I also need to protect the integrity of the board's decision-making process. I want to see a clear commitment that HR will not pressure trustees in moments when the record is incomplete. I am also concerned about the risk of retaliation and uneven treatment. In my view, HR must never become a tool to go after staff or teachers who raise concerns about the district. And HR must apply rules evenly, whether the employee is a teacher, classified staff, or an administrator. When HR appears to protect administrators while moving faster or harsher on staff who speak up, we lose trust across the whole district. Before, I will be voting no on this, and I hope that somebody will second my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flores, I think I saw your hand.
Oh, okay, sorry, setting my timer. I just want to commend you for the job that you've done. I know what you walked into when you came into this role. Our HR department was needing some help and needing some cleaning up, and so I thank you for that. You've got probably one of the hardest jobs in this district. Anyone who works in human resources, I know that's not an easy job. So I thank you for all that you do to support PVUSD, and I am in full support of this contract. I am going to use my time, and you can stop me if I'm overstepping, but I did want to just also address, we've heard a few times the $250 stipend that teachers were getting. That was provided through COVID.
I'm afraid that's off topic.
Is it, even though it was mentioned in this? Okay,
Yeah,
then I
it's
won't.
off. Thank you, though. Are you done? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve, if that hasn't.
We already have a motion on the floor, but we're going to continue listening to board comment, and I think Trustee Flynn has a comment.
I had a point of clarification around where is it? The stipend for master's degree. And again, if I'm off, I just want to understand. There was a comment made by the public about the contract, so I feel like I'm speaking to the contract because I want to understand what the difference is when you get to be a cabinet member versus being a teacher, because it sounds like there's a difference in steps or I guess value of degree So I just was curious if you might be able to educate me.
So these are all negotiated, so these contracts and the pay for the master stipends or any kind of stipend is negotiated. The pay for a stipend in the teacher's agreement is also a negotiated item. So I wasn't here for the negotiations of the teacher's master degree stipend, so I can't tell you why it was that amount and these are this amount. But these are all things that get negotiated.
Sorry, that was my main question. I did have a point of clarification around something that was said by the public, and I'm not sure how to, I think it was on the same page of what Trustee Flores was asking as well. My question was, is there a way that we can apply for a grant to make up that?
So that is off topic, but I think that's good input, and maybe we can have that on a future agenda or do some study on that. All right. Trustee Navarro, did you have a comment? Oh.
My only comment is...
I'm sorry, she still had time. I still had one more thing.
The last thing is I need to correct myself. I had made a comment about the dwindling cabinet, and I guess the better term is the turnover that we've been seeing is probably better phrased.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Navarro, you got time?
My only comment is to thank Kit for coming in. I know there's been some rockiness, and I hope you and the union can figure out something mutually agreeable. But when you came in, our HR department was not in order. So thank you for all the work that you've done there.
Thank you. Trustee Salinas Holtz, any comment?
I'd like to thank Mr. Bragg for the work he does.
And I'd like to express my appreciation for the work that you've done while you've been with us. We do have a motion on the table, and I wonder if you would mind restating that, please, Trustee Medina?
Yeah, my motion is I move to amend the item 9.3 by changing the contract end date from June 30th, 2029 to June 30th, 2027.
Is there a second to that motion? Motion fails for lack of a second. Is there an alternative motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract as is.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, but can I say something as well? You know, as one of the few remaining board members from a while ago, you know, to kind of echo what Trustee Flores said, who's the second. HR has always been a mess. You know, I mean, I don't know how any other way to say that. You know, for as long as I've been here, PVFTC say, oh, you know, HR. And you know, we have somebody who wants to be here. And, you know, I can't, you know, I'll keep it real. You know, I've heard of what a lot of these union members are saying. And, you know, you want to be here. And all I could say is, you know, keep it real with PVFT and C. Like, just, you know, these people live here. They're my neighbors. They're my daughter's parents. And so, you know, when they say, hey, you know, kid, you know, sometimes he's a jerk, or sometimes he's, you know, and but you want to be here and take that in consideration. You know, these are what everybody here is saying. You know, I take them from their word because they live here. And so, hey, you know, sometimes we have to compromise and say, hey, you know what, maybe I should tone it down, or maybe I should, you know, hopefully you can take that in consideration. Otherwise, I'm not sure how long. Just like myself, we don't know how long we'll be here for. So, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Flores to approve. We have a second from trustee Dodge Jr. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in favor. Any opposed?
Nay.
1 opposed and 1 absent. Thank you. Motion carries. (9.4) Discussion and possible action adopting rules of order for Board of Education meetings. I'm offering this report in the agenda packet. There's a framework for an alternative to Robert's Rules. Robert's Rules was written for groups of 100 plus. We are 7, and simplicity, I think, will serve us better. Are there any comment cards?
Mr. Marchisalt?
Thanks. So yeah, it seems like a valuable item on some levels. I look forward to hearing some more of the discussion. I do have concerns and questions about the rules. I know that we're trying to be careful because of Brown Act and this and that, but at the same time, I'm watching even tonight, so many things go unanswered, and really a lot of things in this meeting being just not useful because, you know, oh, that's not the time. And we've been able to address things in before. I'd like to know about the $250. I mean, I don't think there's a good reason for it, but I'd like to hear what's being said. And, you know, at some point, we need to conduct the meeting and deal with the, you know, things on the back end and do what needs to be done. I do have a question and concerns about the bottom, the motion details, the ones that are crossed out at the bottom. Are those things that we absolutely will not be allowed to do, or they're not recommended? There's a couple on there that are concerns for me. The motion to overrule the chair's decision. Some of these would work great with a fully functioning, well getting along board. Let's get there first, because again, when sometimes a chair does make a unilateral decision, the board should be able to say, as a whole, we disagree. That should be a check and a balance in there. Also, the motion to change the agenda. The rationale in there, it says, is you have it before, request a change. But we already see an issue today with the agenda setting committee. And so there should be the ability for the board in the moment as a group to say, we do want to change this. I will say one more thing regarding the agenda setting, just so we understand how things come off to us as teachers sometimes. I think, Dr. Navarro, you had a great intention earlier, but just, I was heard, I do hope that would be great if you can set the agenda. And I don't really even know what happened there yet, but during work hours, that would be wonderful for you. And I think your intention was a positive one there. What we hear, one, I know not all of you, you guys work too, and you've got to find a time that works for everybody. And guess how many hours teachers work outside of teaching hours? Contract, do you know how hard it is to work to rule? So it doesn't come off great to us. I just want you to be aware. I don't think it was a good intention.
That's your time.
Just comes off. Thank you.
Okay, any board comments?
I do.
Trustee Medina.
Okay. I support meetings that run well and stay focused on student outcomes. I also support clear written rules so trustees and the public know what process we are using. For nearly 7 months, when I raised the need for a clear parliamentary authority, I was told by the former board president that she spoke with district council who said, quote, "We don't follow the rules, we follow board policy." Now we have an item asking us to adopt meeting rules, and we are doing this after spending about $80,000 on outside support connected to effective school boards. The handout says effective school boards is a governance-focused system, while Robert's Rules is a meeting management system designed to ensure the minority has a right to speak while the majority has a right to act. I know you have issues with minorities, Trustee Turley, but PVUSD bylaw 9005 states that authority rests with the board as a whole and not with the individuals. That principle matters tonight because the handout recommends making chair decisions final and unappealable. PVUSD bylaw 9121 states the president's job is to preside, enforce board policies on meeting conduct, rule on parliamentary procedure, and put motions to vote while having the same rights as any other trustee. The president runs the meeting, but the board as a whole holds the authority. I also want to name a process concern that was brought up already. In our most recent agenda setting meeting, the board president stated that she would not open Zoom, which prevented Trustee Flynn and I to participate the way we have traditionally participated. In my view, if participation is being limited in agenda setting, we should be careful about adopting meeting rules that further limits the trustees' tools during public meetings and centralizes the power to the president. So if we adopt anything tonight, I want safeguards in writing, name our parliamentary authority, make clear that when local rules are silent, Robert's rules applies, keep the ability for the board to correct procedural rulings, and preserve a path to amend the agenda when a real need comes up at the dais. Set a short trial period and a public review date so we could come back to these. So those are my comments and my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn, I see your hand.
I'd like to make a motion to table this for discussion at a later time.
I'll second.
I'll call for a vote on that motion. Would anybody like to, who votes in favor of tabling this item?
Before we vote, can the rest of us have a chance to discuss?
Good point, thank you, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, I thank you for bringing this up and attempting to try to get some order in our meetings. I know that it's difficult. It's been difficult for a couple years now. When I had stated that as board president, I follow our bylaws, not Robert's rules. I don't believe I said rules. You can go back and look at tape. But there is a situation that we do have in our board meetings that does require us to have these clearly written, rules and decorum, norms, all of that. And we also have, to answer Mr. Marshall, why we're such sticklers about violating Brown Act. Well, we have auditors at every meeting writing us up on every thing that could possibly happen, costing us lots of money and legal fees. So that's another reason we have to be extra stringent about all of that. And so we just can take that and move forward with our next meeting and hopefully, glean from that what we can do at our next meeting. So I am open to continuing this discussion. I'm open to tabling. I'm open to what the majority feels we should do. But I thank you for taking these first steps.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro, any comment?
Yes. So I think we need some sort of rules since we're not actually following our board policy. And unfortunately, our board policy assumes that regular people will just abide by the rules, and we don't actually have anything in there on what you do when people don't follow the rules. So I think we definitely need something like this so that we can make our meetings more effective. I just want to say that I agree with Trustee Flores. We have to be really careful because I lost count at how many Brown Act violation letters we've got so far. Most of them are meritless and cost us a lot of money to respond to. And so we need to actually make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do. So thank you.
It's not your turn up. Did you have a comment, Daniel Dodge? Okay. Any others? All right. So we do have a motion on the floor to table. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I see 3. All those opposed signify by saying nay. So it looks like 3-3-0-1. Motion fails for lack of 4 votes. Would anybody like to make an alternative motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt this tonight, and with the understanding that it's a very live, fluid document that can, we can always bring forward and change if we need to.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
I have a further comment. We've had not a lot of time to review. As I said, I was not a part of the agenda setting meeting to put this forward, so I didn't know that it was gonna be on here until last Friday, just like everybody else. So I just feel like we need to really sit with it and go over it. I like this. I think this is fantastic. I just don't feel like voting it in the moment. Excuse me, let me set my timer. Right in this moment is the right thing without us really going over it and going through it so that we're all in agreement and understanding of it. Just voting for it and saying, okay, this is what we're doing without collaboration, without looking at it. Do we want to do that right now? Go over okay, all right. I need to excuse myself for a moment then.
Okay.
What's on the floor right now?
Right now, there's a motion to approve, but there's a comment to consider something different. So we do have a motion on the floor, and did we have a second? You made the motion,
I
you
made a
seconded
second, but we haven't had any discussion yet on it. Do you want us to adjourn to wait until Trustee Flores?
That's a good idea, because I
Flynn is
could
back?
use 2 minutes too.
Just quickly, can you scroll up to the document? I'm sorry, go down where the chart's at. So I just want to make it clear, point of order, objection to proceed, right? So the chair decides, is that the rule that you want established? Because you've been ignoring point of orders, you've been ignoring points of clarifications, and if we give you that power, I'm sorry, but it's very authoritative how you've been running these meetings. So I don't feel comfortable moving forward this at this time until we have Trustee Carrasco here. That way we could have a fruitful debate on this, because it's going to impact everybody. And once again, this is something that I wanted, and you all pushed back so hard on me because I wanted formalized rules, because the previous president didn't know how to run a meeting properly.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break because some of us need to, step away. Can somebody set a timer for 5? Thank you. Okay, we're back. We are back.
One person missing from now until June, so.
Oh, boy.
Point of
Okay,
order,
we're
are we
back,
supposed to be
to order,
discussing?
please?
Are we supposed to be discussing before we're actually back to it?
No, we shouldn't, because that starts looking like, okay. Okay. We had a second motion, which was to approve as is. We had a second. We didn't take a vote on that.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
You already made a first motion. We're in the middle of this motion. We're going to finish this, and then I have a feeling we'll go to a third. All those in favor of the current motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. And those opposed?
What's the motion on the floor?
The motion is to approve the document as written.
No.
Okay. So I see.
I'd like a roll count.
Okay.
You had 4. You can ask
Okay.
opposed.
Have we lost Eva?
No, she's right there. She's getting the
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Point of order, Trustee Turley? After the first and the second, aren't we supposed to have an opportunity to discuss? Or do we did? Oh, never mind. I
Yeah, we
apologize.
already did. Okay. Can you do a roll call for us, please?
Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge, your vote? Trustee Flynn, your vote?
No.
And Trustee Turley, your vote?
Yes.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. It's passed.
Yeah. That was 4, right?
Well, that.
Point of.
The motion passes 4-3-0 4201. Thank you.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
So does that mean that this is implemented immediately and we're gonna use it and none of us have looked over it and discussed it? So we're like somebody giving us a bicycle and nobody knows how to ride it?
We just handed authority over to the board chair. That's what we just voted on right now.
Hold on.
So
That was my
Okay.
clarification.
Okay. Would you like to make a recommendation?
Yeah, we do have on April 22nd, we are doing a workshop with AJ and Greg after our student celebration. That might be a good time to go through this and make sure we all have a thorough understanding of it and do like a deep training on it.
Trustee Flores?
I agree. We did already vote on it. It is already been adopted. But like I said in my motion, it's a fluid document, and I do suggest we do discuss it. And if we want to make any amendments to it, then we do.
Trustee Turley, I'd like to motion to reconsider the former item that we voted on.
I don't think you were acknowledged.
Hey, did you just look at the new rules? So I could motion to reconsider an item, and I just need majority vote now.
Is there a second for the reconsideration? I see a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I see one. I see
Come on,
two.
Dad.
Okay, 2 in favor. All those opposed?
Aye.
1, 2. Okay. Moving on. But I do agree that it should be fluid, and as we try things, we see what works and modify appropriately.
Point of clarification. I just want to ensure that we will go over this on the 22nd, because while as simple as it may sound, we all need to make sure that we're operating off of the same,
Yeah.
I feel like I've been given a driver's license and I've never taken a driver's test. So,
Okay.
Well, the minority no longer have rights because of what we just approved. So just consider
That
that.
moves us on to 10, report and discussion. 10.1, presentation of the 2025-26 Youth Truth Survey results. Report will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, Superintendent of Schools.
Sylvester, can you make that larger, please? Yeah, there, much better. Okay. So the Youth Truth Survey is an annual survey that we give to our parents, our students, and our staff. I believe this is the 8th year that we have administered this survey, so we have longitudinal data that we can look at. This survey asks quite a number of questions of staff, student, parents to examine how they're feeling across numerous data points. What we've compiled for the board today is just some of the highlights across our elementary, middle, and high schools. This shows us some key points across many themes, and we use this data to help guide us in actions that we'll be taking over the course of the next year. Over the past 2 years that I've been here, I report on this data at the state of the district. We use this for planning, and we look at key points that we're going to address and areas to work on. Our sites use this data, and they get site-specific data, and they use it to create action plans at their school site. Our school sites have seen their data. We've asked them to use the data site-specifically with their staff and parents and even students. And we are going to be sending what you're going to see tonight out to the entire district tomorrow. So this is something we want all of our families, staff, and students to see so that they're aware of this survey and its outcomes. As you can see, we get high response data from this Youth Truth Survey. We had 9,422 students in total respond, so that's 76% of our student population responded to this survey. 3,301 families responded, so that's 22% of our families. We pushed this out through our Parent Square mechanism, And we had 1,012 staff respond, so that's 61% of our staff. That's a pretty high survey rate. If you could go up just a tiny little bit more. When we get the Youth Truth survey back, it's reported in main themes. And the first set of themes I'm going to show with you were our themes that had the highest positive rating, meaning that these are highlights for us where our staff, students, and families are feeling areas that are good and positively rated. These are also compared across a California state average of what students, staff, and families report in these areas as well, so that we can see how are we measuring to other schools and school districts in these areas. So Sylvester, if you could go up a little bit, no, the other direction. Keep going, stop. Right there, there you go, thank you. So in our elementary schools, when we looked at how our students felt about the instruction they were receiving in the classroom, this was a highlight for students. They felt that the way their teachers taught them was good. They ranked that positively in the 68th percentile, which is right at that state average as other students in their like ages. This means that students are likely perceiving their teachers' instructional approaches as supportive, as encouraging, as conducive to their understanding and their mastery of the material. How these questions are framed, even for little students, might be you like how your teacher taught that lesson, and there might be a little smiley face or that sad face. So the questions are framed so they're accessible for all student ages. Our families, for their area, that was a relative strength, is they feel very engaged at the elementary level. They report a high level of engagement. They feel included, they feel informed in school activities, and they feel that they have decision-making agency at their school sites. This is relatively on par with what California is reporting across the state. And our staff, a heightened report for them is that they also feel a sense of agency and empowerment and are engaged at the school site. They reported this at about a 51 percentile, which is slightly below where the average is for California. You can see we have some quotes there on the side as well. We get to see some actual qualitative data that our teachers and students and staff and parents report. And so we get those quotes too, which are actually sometimes more powerful. It really shows us what people were thinking, and they take the time to write in those comments. If you go up a little bit, Sylvestre, so we can see our middle school. Our middle school, interestingly, across all data points, seem to have some real positives happening at our middle schools, which is a little bit of an anomaly across what we see in the state of California. So if you notice that, we are reporting higher percentages above the average line for California. And the middle school, for students are reporting as a higher highlight is that they report feeling a strong sense of belonging and peer collaboration. So they experience a sense of belonging and community within their school, and particularly amongst themselves. That is a strength for them. The parents feel that they are very included and informed in the decision-making process at our middle schools, and that is above the average for California by quite a bit. And the staff feel a sense of engagement, and that is also above the California average. If you go up a little bit more, we can look at our high schools. Our high schools also report a sense of belonging and peer collaboration. So they're reporting that they feel connected to one another. Engagement for parents is a highlight at the high school, although it is a little bit below the California average. And then staff also feel that engagement is a highlight at their school sites, and it is just about equal to what is reported across California. One thing that we see as a trend across our 8 years of data for Youth Truth is that belonging comes up as a strength across all all groups that report on the survey. Sylvester, if you could go down a little bit, we'll take a look at some of the quotes, or I guess the other direction. Yeah, some of the panel. These are some direct responses that we had from one you could see from a 6th grade student, Rolling Hills. Something I like best about my school is that they respect and care, like that. Watsonville High parent of a 12th grade student. School meetings provide information and it's useful to participate. They offer support for people who speak only Spanish and not English, and a translator is provided for them. And a Hall District elementary staff member said, almost all of the staff members are friendly, kind, and considerate and understanding. They lend each other and me emotional and moral support for our tough jobs with both humor and compassion. Now we move on to not one of our highlights, but these are some of the lowest rated themes that we pulled out from our elementary school, and then we'll look at middle and high school. What we do with these areas is we really hone in on what we need to focus on for the next year. These are areas of growth for us. They're growth points. We don't know exactly what lends itself to the feelings behind it, but this is what we go and explore for further information. We go back to the school sites because that's the more granular information, and examine each school site to see what is presenting itself that lends itself to these feelings of less engagement or not as connected in relationships. And that's where we try to work to improve that for the next year. So for our elementary schools, we're going to be looking at engagement. Students reported that they perceive being less engaged with their school and their education. Questions around this talk about, like, is school exciting for you? Do you feel bored in the classroom? Those are the types of questions that get asked. For families reported a low point is the relationships and the level of respect and comfort and communication that they receive or have between families, teachers, students, and school administrators. So that's an area we'll probably do some further survey data at the school site to try to hone in on where is that relationship. Is it and in the front office? Is it just with teachers? Is it during parent-teacher conference? Where do we really need to shore up that communication? We also see that staff report culture at the school site as being an area for growth, that we need to have more of a shared vision. There needs to be respect and more effective communication. So that's something we'll be working on with our school sites. And if you scroll up, so we could look at our middle schools. Our middle schools, we look at relationships as an area across the board for our middle schools. So where our middle schools are an area of strength for us in how they report in the positive area, in the area for areas of growth, very consistent across all three groups, and that is that we need to work on our relationships. So that will be something we'll be exploring as we move into next year. And then in our high schools, we saw some consistency as well. Our students in high school report relationships as an area for growth, but you see school safety being a huge area that we need to focus on for next year with both parents and staff. So if you scroll, I'll leave out, my time is up. I've got the timer on me.
Can you read the Pajaro Middle School comment?
Sure, yeah. PMS, 6th grade parent. Certain staff are more rude than they should be, which I definitely think there could be a softer approach to students, even when they're in the wrong. The point is not to intimidate them, but to teach them. And that was from a PMS 6th grade parent. So those are good comments for us to circle back to and get more information. What was that experience that happened, and how do we begin working on that? And so, like I said, this trickles down so that there's site-specific information, and so the principal, the staff, and even like using this in their meetings that they have at the school site, like ELAC, can start examining this and then looking at ways that they can set goals and have an action plan around that. And so they'll be sharing that data. We expect all of our principals to share that at the school site in a variety of ways. It's really useful data. Like I said, tomorrow this goes out to the district at large. And if Silvestre keeps scrolling, you'll see that we have this all translated in the same format into Spanish. So there's a Spanish version that goes as well. And one part that we miss is we do have some areas where we point out to our families, here's some ways that we are already working on to target some of our growth areas so that we can show some immediate improvements. And that is all for our Youth Truth survey for this year.
Thank you. We have one public comment. Only saw one.
Hello, Mr. Webb.
Did you just find that on the floor?
It just magically appeared. Chris Webb is a magician. So, Mr. Webb and Mr. Machsalt, please come forward.
I'll be real quick. I don't need to use 2 minutes. Thanks for the demonstration or the presentation. Look forward to even looking into it more in depth later. We have a lot of great things going on. We do have, in spite of some of the challenges we see here, there is a lot of good news. So thank you for sharing it. If I understood correctly, I may not have, but I did want to mention just one thing that stuck out to me, which was you mentioned there was a concern about the culture at some of the schools. You said we'd be talking to the sites about those. I want to remind us that culture trickles down. And when I talk to staff members, the concerns aren't as much site specific right now as they are district wide and district office specific. So I hope that is not only at the sites, but that we're also looking at our culture as a district, because that is where I personally see the biggest challenges right now and where morale is low. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Webb?
Yes, I noticed about the elementary, one of the areas of growth. And the first thing I thought of was the programs that we've cut. Right, I'm thinking like life. There's a bunch that I don't even remember all of them. I just know I've internalized them enough that I want to bring my kids here less than I did like 5 years ago. And so I'm just thinking of our decisions, right? Your decisions are. I'm sure I'm not the only parent who maybe feels like this. Also on the middle school realm, when I saw the growth area, it reminded me of how kind of willy-nilly, or it seems like there's been problems with reassignment and transfer. And I think of some people who've been moved around, and I think of like it's a disrespect of the relationship that staff member has at the site. It's also disrespectful to the staff member themselves. This is like an area of like where seniority should come into bigger play. And it's an area of fairness, which should be one of our values. And I think of this, like this is another area where I wasn't so sure it was the best idea to approve the assistant soup's 3-year to extend it. I think it should be like maybe a year probation, and partly because of when we move people around willy-nilly and we hurt relationships and we're funded on ADA. And then if I bring this point up in a private meeting, like you need to be have the ego in check enough to handle this. Like that's the thing. You said it right, Dodge, earlier. It's about keeping it real. Like, I'm going to do that, but the people across have to be able to handle it without a lawyer holding their hand. And it's going to be hard if you're trying to bring dirty water to me. I care about the water, right? We got those drinking fountain, those stations first at Renaissance, right? Because of me. So I just think that like it's like Bobby said, we do got to realize culture trickles down, and some of these like authoritarian types, like when we allow that at sites with site admin, that's also going to hurt your relationships. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board comments on this item?
Trustee Turley.
Trustee Navarro?
This is a question for the superintendent. Do you give sites their specific data and comments? Okay. Because I think that would be useful. All right.
Yeah, let's start.
If I have more to say later, can I use my minute now?
No. Trustee Flores?
I do like reading this survey, particularly because of the amount of participation we get with it. we do tend to see a better participation with this survey than any of our other surveys. So I tend to hold it a little higher. And I like to mostly look at where we need to improve and definitely make sure that the district is focusing on that. And so I do appreciate that we take the time, and I just, encourage parents to try to participate a little more next year when you see it come around, because I did notice that was probably one of the lower participations. It really does, it's a good chance for you to let your voice be heard. And so, thank you.
Trustee Flynn?
Thank you. Can you scroll up to I think it was Aptos High, or scroll down? Thank you. I just wanted to read that. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like teachers can try and connect with more students, not only certain students. Maybe the ones that are not reaching out are the ones that need the most help. So I just want to commend the bravery and the just that student had to say that, because that's real, and I feel that way a lot. It's really, really easy to pour into the student that is engaged, but the student who is in the back, who is not, they're probably the ones that need the most support.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, really quick. Superintendent Contreras, you said that there's 8 years of data for this survey that we have. Is there a way that we could synthesize all that into one presentation to kind of see those trends over that 8 years? Okay, I think that would be really cool. And then also, if we want site-specific survey data, can we request that to review it? Because I'd be very curious to know how Pajaro's doing, Hall, Ohlone. So is that something that we could request as well? Sweet. Okay, and finally, how much does it cost to run this survey per year?
I believe we renegotiated that contract when I first came, and I wanted to say we renegotiated it for $80,000, but I don't believe it was per year. I think we're on a multi-year contract.
Okay. Can you just send me more clarifying info on that? All right, sweet. And then, what was my other question? Can you scroll down to the numbers at the top again? There you go. Keep going all the way to the top. Look at that. Okay, cool. So, families. Okay. I'm looking at the 2020 chart that we did for the Youth Choose survey, and I did notice that families were at 31% in 2020, which was a little higher, and I'm guessing because of COVID, right? Access to computers, all that stuff. I'm also seeing that in 2020, we had 86% of students that participated in this, which, it looks like we decreased a little bit, probably because of, enrollment and stuff like that. And then staff was at 68% with 1,108 during that time. So I think it's really interesting if we were to combine the 2020, 2021, all those 8 years to kind of just see the amount of people that are participating and how we can make it more effective. And then also just the breakdown of students by school. Because I'm really curious, like how many of these students from Pajaro Middle School, Watsonville High School, right on this side of the district are doing and how they're feeling. So I really appreciate this presentation, and I really want to see that full spectrum of the data if we can. Thank you.
Trustee Dodge, did you have a comment? No, okay, thank you. So this was an information-only item, so no votes to be taken. And that moves us on to 10.2, Board Training on Program Governance, Migrant and Seasonal Head Start 2026. Report will be presented by Jose Rocha, Director of Migrant and Seasonal Head Start, and Irene Herrera No, Parent Involvement Supervisor. And there you are, welcome.
First time trained, okay. Good evening, President Turley, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, My name is Jose Rocha. I'm the Director of Migrant and Seasonal Head Start. And tonight we're going to present on program governance. And here with me I have...
So good evening. My name is Irene Herrerano. I'm the Parent Involvement Supervisor with the Migrant Seasonal Head Start program. And we're here to provide the annual training on program governance for our Head Start program. And I believe most of you were here last year when Tony Jordan and Veronica Garcia were here from Stanislaus County Office of Education. They represent our grantee agency. And they provided a very solid overview of what program governance is in our program and how we implement it here at PVUSD. So what we want to do today is we want to build on that, and we want to review, first of all, the composition of the governance structure here with Migrant Seasonal Head Start and with PVUSD. And we want to review how the governance and management groups work in collaboration to provide a high quality program. And last, we want to also share some data that support the positive impact that we have when there's a shared governance in place and everyone's doing or implementing their roles. So here we have the three groups that co-manage the program. We have the director with management staff, we have our parent policy committee, and we have you, the board. These three groups work together to provide guidance on program design, planning, monitoring, and oversight. The primary role of the management staff is to oversee day-to-day operations, to supervise staff, and to ensure that the regulations are being followed for Head Start. And of course, to ensure that there's a high quality of services provided to our community. We also have the Parent Policy Committee. And this is a group that is, actually there's 17 members in this group, and there's also up to 2 community representatives that can participate or be part of the policy committee. Within this group, they are elected yearly, on a yearly basis, and parents can serve a maximum of 5 terms. So the role of the policy committee is to provide program directions, so they ensure that the program is providing services that they need, so that we are providing as a program and meeting their needs as families in our program. So the policy committee reviews and provides input on various items, including the program budget, any amendments to the budgets, and they also approve each of the components of our annual refunding application. And finally here, it's our third group. You are the third entity in our shared governance structure. And your primary responsibility as the board is legal oversight. And you also provide the final approval for each of the components of the refunding application. Also, part of our structure includes a board liaison. It could be 1 or 2 members that are appointed, and they serve just as that liaison between the 2 groups in case there's questions that arise from the board. Okay, so here we have our refunding application timeline, and we have to go through this every year, each of these elements, and this is because our funding doesn't come to us automatically. We have to actually show that there is a need in our community for the program, that we are complying with Head Start regulations, that we're also meeting our contract with the grantee, and that we're providing high quality services. So part of this, as you can see in March, we are able to start our planning cycle. And if you look to December, that is when our grant application is due to the Office of Head Start. And so this is what we're going to be working on for this year, for the 27-28 fiscal year, which will be the services that will be provided to families in 2027. I really want to stress that this is a very good way to see how the three groups work together in program governance. As I said, our parents are elected each year in June, and they're seated in July. And so if we go to the month of August, you can see that there's a program service plan that is prepared by the director and is presented to the policy committee. This is a preliminary service plan. And so they participate in reviewing it and providing input. And they're very engaged in this process, I want to say. For example, last year when we presented this to them, they had feedback for us. We were presenting a start date on a Thursday, and they said, we want to change that to a Monday because that just makes it so much easier for children to transition into the program. So we actually made that change, and for this year, our first day of services will be May 11th. So that's just an example of how they provide that input, and then we make sure that we're providing the services that they need. So after the program service, the preliminary plan is approved, then we move to create a budget that supports that plan. And then from there, the parents, once again, they review the budget, they provide input, and they approve it. And that's when it comes to you, the board, for final approval. So that's just an example of how we work together in governance and Head Start. So in this diagram, this Venn diagram is just a way to see what the responsibilities are for each of the groups and how those responsibilities overlap. And you can see that in the middle, all three groups are responsible for providing leadership and strategic direction. I also want to reference the program booklet on governance. It's part of your packet, and that includes the Head Start law, which is the Head Start Act, and the regulations, which are the Head Start performance standards.
There you go, let's see. I'm going backwards. So I really want to start with thanking Board of Trustees for approving the annual refunding application every year. Dr. Contreras for taking on this service contract, which is greatly needed in our community, because without your approval, our migrant seasonal families wouldn't have access to high quality comprehensive services. So that is greatly rooted in supporting school readiness. So tonight I want to share with you our 2025 Program Information Report that basically tells our story, the services that they receive. So for the 25-26 program year, 822 children received services, exceeding our funded contract by 22. Services were provided in 5 center sites, Calabasas, Freedom, HA High, Ohlone, and Hall District. And in 72 family child care home providers for 115 service days, 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday. And on your right, you'll see a chart that shows enrollment by age from infancy all the way through 5 years of age. Of the 822 children served, 124 children had a special education plan, exceeding the 10% requirement of children with special needs by 5%. 53 of our infants and toddlers had a IFSP, Individualized Family Service Plan. 71 of our preschool children had an IEP, Individualized Education Plan. During the service, during the season, we had 54 families who expressed concerns on their child's growth and development. So referrals were sent to special services. 30 referrals were sent to SELPA. 24 referrals were sent to SARC. On your right, you can see a data chart that illustrates that 34 were diagnosed with a disability, 7 were not diagnosed with a disability, and 13 did not receive an evaluation to determine ID eligibility. So above you can see the breakdown. 1 was due to a pending evaluation. 4, the child left the program before the evaluation was initiated, and 10, parent refused to continue the evaluation. The program also supports children's health and well-being. So 100% of our children had health insurance. 99% were up to date with physical exams. You can see on the right data, 17% were diagnosed with a chronic condition, and 99 received treatment for that chronic condition. 100% of children were up to date with immunizations, and 99% completed a dental exam. You can see on the right data, 40% needed dental treatment, and 96 received that treatment. Family services. So we work with 666 families who received the following program services to promote family outcomes. So below you'll see the different services provided, and also the number of services that families received. These services range from receiving a resource to attending a workshop, a training, or an actual referral to a community partner. Below you'll see that 608 were counted at least in one of those services listed in that chart above. I also want to share that families also provide input to determine the service of hours of operation for the 26th program season. So you will see that 521 completed the survey, and data shows that services from 6 to 6 continue to be in need. So we'll continue to accommodate that need. So 114 kinder eligible children went into kindergarten in August 2025. We utilized the Kinder Student Entry Profile, which is the KSIP. It is a school readiness observation tool that assesses children on 13 items, 6 on social emotional, and 7 on school ready knowledge. Below you'll get to see the data. 78 were ready for kinder, 26 almost ready for kinder, and 5 were not ready, and 5 did not complete a KSIP. They dropped services before it was completed. So data shows that 91% of kinder eligible children were ready or almost ready to kinder. So this is a great example of how the services that we provide are effective, that children are going into our elementary schools in PVUSD ready to learn and continue to grow as students. Another thing to conclude this is that this is a great example of the impact you all have in ensuring that we provide quality comprehensive services in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there public comment cards?
None for this item.
Okay. Are there board members who have comment? Trustee Navarro?
First of all, this is an amazing program, and thank you for all that you do. And clearly, you're making a really effective change in the community. So I wanted to start with that. I had a couple of questions. 822 students you said you had. How many students applied to be in your program, roughly? If you don't know, you can always email me.
Our funder contract is to serve 800 children.
But how many applied to be in your program?
It was...
like, I'm trying to figure out how many students did not get it.
I would have to go back to the waiting list, because there was we have a waiting list that we weren't able to accommodate based on slots that we have in this center and providers. So every year we have to recruit new providers to ensure that families in the waiting list don't remain there and they get the service that they need.
Do you know roughly how many people are waitlisted?
I have my coordinator here with me.
1,000 are waitlisted? Okay. Okay. Is there any opportunities to expand this program, get additional grant funding, hire new people because, being ready for kindergarten and having those skills portends future success. So I would like to see it available to everyone who needs the services. then almost ready or not ready for kindergarten, what happens with those students?
So the assessment, when teachers complete it, it brings points. So the amount of points lets you know if the child is ready for kinder. Basically, it really assesses on the skills and abilities the child should be able to know for them to be successful in kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens if when they're ready, the expectations that a kindergarten teacher would have for kinder eligible children, they have what they need. Almost ready is we need to monitor them every other month because they are there, but they just need a little bit more support with that.
I guess I should clarify my question a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering specifically what happens with those students. Do they stay in your program for another year? Do they just get pushed, like,
No,
they kindergarten?
Yeah, they go into kindergarten, and we're still working on the next step of fully implementing K-STEP, so kindergarten teachers could get that information. We complete this because this is a required in our contract that when they get completed, we have to pass that data to our grantee.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah. Thank you all. How long has this program been around at PVUSD?
I know that for me it's been 5 years, but I know it's been more than 30.
Yeah, within the district. Woo! I think my mama was a part of it. That's crazy. So, yeah, I remember that I would be taken care of at Watsonville High School while my mom was in school. So, and then Renaissance. So, all of that fun stuff back in the 80s and 90s. All right. My question was, I saw on the 124 of the 82 children served had a special education plan, and then it said 13 did not receive evaluation to determine IDEA eligibility. And one thing that stuck out to me was the parents' refused evaluation was at 8. Can you just speak to that? Like, is there still that stigma that we have within our community about using these resources with our families? If you could just kind of speak to that a little bit more.
So there's 2 factors that go into play. First is language barriers.
Yeah.
When they, we work with indigenous families, so sometimes when they don't comprehend, even in Spanish, they get scared to, continue. The second is because sometimes they have to stop their work to go and continue the evaluation. So priority is work, then supporting, and that's the feedback that we have to receive from families. Once we know that they didn't show up, our role is to ensure, do a follow-up and try to understand why, and then see if we can continue to support that process.
And now are you seeing more of an increase in that language difference, transitioning from Spanish over to like these indigenous languages like Mixteco, Triqui? And I'm curious, is there any way that we could support you all in getting those resources for parents for that translation?
It is a need. We have a parent education specialist that is trilingual. She speaks Mixteco, Alto, Bajo, sorry. Would you like to speak to that because you supervise?
Yeah. Good handoff, good handoff.
So
yeah.
we do have a parent education specialist. She's been with us since 2024, and she is trilingual, Mixteco, Bajo, English, and Spanish, and she has been a great asset to our program because prior to this, we had to contract with someone that would come and provide interpretation, so it would be a process for us to schedule time with her. But now we have someone in the office, which is phenomenal, and she just provides support whenever it's needed. She's there in the office, and we're hoping that we can keep her for a long time, and also that she can learn new skills and move up within the organization because she's a great asset.
That's awesome. So it sounds like we would want more of her, right, in order to support the program?
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing is that there's a need also with Mixteco Alto, and she doesn't speak Mixteco Alto. She wouldn't understand. It's two different languages basically.
Yeah.
So, and we have a few families that speak. I would say I have it here. Actually, I have a breakdown. We actually have a survey that we conduct when families register for our program. And we have a special survey where we ask them, what is the home language? And by far, the Mixteco Alto is the highest. Then Mixteco Bajo and then Mixteco Alto, and the next language is Zapoteco. So those are the
Can you
three
send that
languages.
to us?
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
because I know one thing that I've been talking to the superintendent about is seeing how we could address that language barrier by introducing a Mixteco course within our high schools. So that's another option aside from French and all these other languages. And also just beefing up the support languages that we have within our community, because I know there's a high need with it. So keep doing what you're doing. Let us know how we can support you. And I'm gonna tell my mama about this. So thank you.
Trustee Dodge Jr.?
Just quickly, thank you, Irene. As long as I've been here, you've been part of the migrant education program, doing your best to get parents, just people involved in migrant ed. Thank you, Jose, for taking, it's a difficult program to lead. And I also just want to mention Luis Medina for a long time, who was a long-time director of migrant ed. The question I have that I've never really understood was, how does Stanislaus County is where migrant ed is headquartered?
So Stanislaus County is the one that has the grant, and he subcontracts with different delegated agencies in Central California, and we're one of them, of the 8. So because he is the one that has the grant, and he already has his slots available, and we contract. I think this is the if I understand your question, is that I came into Migrant Seasonal Head Start when it was already something that they took over.
Yeah.
So
I just bring that up because from what I've heard over the years is that we have one of the best migrant seasonal Head Start and migrant educational programs. But for some reason, we're relying on Stanislaus County, and it's because of them that we're waiting for slots. And so pretty much what I'm trying to say is, what could we do to say, hey, you guys keep telling us we're one of the most successful migrant education, migrant seasonal Head Starts. We should be prioritized first to try to get more slots. I know it's out of your guys' hands, but it's just something I never really understood all these years. We kept getting recognized, but I feel that we should at least, PVUSD is a great example of migrant seasonal Head Start, migrant education. We should be recognized with slots and, all the needs that you presented. And so I just wanted to bring that up, but nothing, you guys have always done great. And I just wanted to, Stanislaus County, PVSD, we keep getting these awards. Please, give us more slots and more grants so we can continue being a successful program. Thank you.
We'll write a strongly worded letter to them.
Thank you. Trustee Flores, did you have a comment?
Just to say thank you for all that you do for this vital program and to keep it running so smoothly. I appreciate your whole team here in unity with your shirts, and I love that to see the support that our migrant seasonal Head Start families are getting. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I didn't quite understand. So the services, such as health services, do the providers come to your locations and provide that service to the students, or you're making a connection and the parents have to take the student to a provider?
So we have family service advocates who have caseloads of a number of families. So each family service advocate works with those families, and if one of those families have a concern in their developmental, then they are the first to inform our disabilities mental health coordinator to start that process of referring. So we have service leads, which they're here. Each one runs and oversees a component area of that comprehensive services to ensure that we are meeting the actual needs, overall needs in those areas of our service.
All right, thank you very much. This is a report-only item, and we appreciate your time in bringing to us the great work that you and your team are doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for waiting too.
That brings us to 10.3, Child Development Programs. Report will be presented by Lisa Sandoval, Director, Child Development Program.
You guys are just getting a whole ECE download tonight.
Good evening, President Turley, Vice President Flynn, Dr. Contreras, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, colleagues, and community. My name is Lisa Sandoval, and I'm the Director for Early Childhood Education, Child Development. I'm excited to share with you all the wonderful programs that the Child Development Department offers. With my colleagues from Migrant Seasonal Head Start, SELPA, and Adult Ed, who also offer early childhood education programs, I share with you, we are the entry point to the PVUSD success story. Our collective why and our vision and our strategic goals. So just a pre-warning, there is a lot of information on every slide. I'm not going to read through it. I'm going to respect everybody's time. But there's just information for you to be able to go through and see a little of what we are working on and which programs we have. And I invite all of you to set up some time with our office to tour our programs and see firsthand what we do. Our goals are simple. We ensure our youngest learners are ready for school. We have a strong emphasis on early literacy, social emotional skills, individualization, and home culture. We serve over 2,100 students throughout our programs. We have year-round programs, academic year programs, closely aligned with the TK-12 calendar, and seasonal programs. With Raising a Reader, we believe in the importance of literacy at home. As you can see, the program is widespread across our counties. We serve Monterey County and Santa Cruz County. Our goal is simple: getting high-quality books into the hands of families to improve family reading, parent engagement, and literacy skills. Here's a shout out for you, Gabe. Through our pregnant and parenting programs, we continue support for the whole family by helping students who are pregnant or parenting stay in school. We continually work with sites and students to stay in their homeschool and have support. We also help ensure that the district complies with all Title IX regulations. We know that if the parent succeeds, the student will succeed, the child will succeed. All our state pre-K and child care programs serve families who may be at risk of abuse, neglect, foster care, homelessness, working, seeking employment, or in an educational training. Our full-day state preschool programs are year-round and do require a need base. You will start to notice some common themes as well through the following programs, such as DRDPs, the use of creative curriculum to ensure high-quality instruction, teaching pyramid, etc. Through our Family Child Care Home Network, we partner with licensed home-based providers, offering a nurturing small group environment. PVUSD is a leader here. We are a pilot district for the California Department of Ed CSPP program, and I am often requested to present on this model to other agencies. We were the first to request funding to support teen parents as they graduated and continued their education beyond high school in the family child care homes over 20 years ago. Our Part Day program is a bridge to TK or Kinder, focusing on language development and social skills. This allows parents to access a 3-hour program if they are not ready for a longer day. This year, we've had the flexibility to serve 2-year-olds, though we are expecting that exception to expire. Transitional kindergarten is now universal. It's free for all students who are 2 and 4 years old on or by September 1st. And we're in the middle of registration, so get your registrations in. TK is fully integrated into 16 of our elementary sites. We have some pretty awesome TK teachers and a TK coordinator who have been working as a team this year to ensure our programs are developmentally appropriate for 4-year-olds and best practices are implemented. In our Infant Development Center, located on the Watsonville High campus, we provide specialized care for our youngest, beginning at 4 weeks to 2 years, with priority given to teen parents. IDC is a license-exempt facility, but we are required to still follow all licensing requirements. Because of the licensing status, IDC is not available to the general public. However, and we do have a couple staff children in there, it is available to access when space allows to the Watsonville High staff. We have been honored to partner with CDI to provide Head Start wraparound services for up to 101 of our students. 53 of the current students came to us through the closure of Encompass, so we've been able to continue serving those families and continue their Head Start services as well. This, our state migrant preschool program, is very unique in that we literally meet our families where they are. From May until October at Buena Vista Camp, we provide flexible, high-quality care for our families working in agriculture. We have many PVUSA employees who have attended this program as well. It's very exciting to have them say, I went there, I went to Buena Vista, including one of our own staff members in our department. As you see, all the programs intersect with a foundational start with school readiness leading to graduation. Compliance, everybody's favorite word in here. This slide shows just a small snapshot of all the different compliance modules we have to follow, from performance standards for Head Start to California Department of Ed and California Department of Social Services, Title V licensing regulations, California Ed Code to Title IX requirements. This complexity also brings forth a variety of reporting requirements. There are so many to follow, we really operate on the strictest of the strictest around regulations. All the programs, though, require child safety, staff quality, and fiscal health. Our funding is a complex and often braided model. You'll see here how each program has a variety of different funds so that we are able to continue utilizing, keeping our programs running, and maintain services. Okay, I'm not going to go through and read all the charts, just a little synopsis of them, but you can go through and read through, and if you have questions, you can email. The key takeaway for these are that we are fully compliant and highly rated in all of our areas. Our programs vary to meet differing needs. While TK is age-based and free for all, our full-day program prioritizes families with the highest financial and need-based requirements. Minimal to no cost for programs. All programs except TK and IDC are required to be licensed. As I mentioned before, IDC is required to follow licensing regulations. Quality starts with our staff. Every classroom, no matter which program it is, there's a little something flowing. Every classroom is led by a permit-holding and credentialed teacher who meets state standards. We maintain the highest ratio requirements, including as low as 1 to 3 for infants, 1 adult to 3 infants, 1 to 4, 1 to 8 for preschool. Finally, we don't just watch children. We participate, plan, and provide growth opportunities. We use the DRDP assessment tool across all programs, including in our TK. We've implemented that this year. The assessment aligns with current early childhood research and extends to all learners, including dual language learners and children with disabilities. And as you can see, there is no downtime in our department. We don't stop. We continue to strive to bring a variety of opportunities to the 0 to 6-year-old children in our district. These are some of the things that we're working on. As I mentioned earlier, transitional kindergarten is still going. We have parent surveys going out next week. We also are working to ensure our compliance with CDI partnerships so that we can continue that partnership for years to come. We are increasing our mixed delivery integration in our programs. We continue to request for additional grants through CDE and CDSS. Dr. Contreras and Mr. Berman can tell you, I'm always like, I'm gonna go for this more money. I'm gonna ask for this. You see that sometimes on your board things too. I'm always asking for money. We are starting full implementation of CLASS. We have our compliance monitoring review for our Department of Social Services program. That is gonna be next week, so we will be getting that review. And we're continuing our pipeline job opportunity and growth for current staff. We've had a lot of success with that, from working with our instructional assistants to providing them additional college credits, to working with our preschool teachers to become credentialed teachers. So we're just continuing that pipeline. And then continue building inclusive spaces for all. This has been really big for us this year. We've partnered with SELPA, where we've been building in services are being provided on site for like speech. We've changed some of the classroom settings so that those speech, occupational therapy, et cetera, can happen in our classroom. And Maria, I don't know if she's still in here, but her and Vanessa Garcia have really been leading that for us. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval. Do we have any public comments to this item?
We do not.
Are there any board comments on this item? Trustee Dodge Jr.?
Thank you, Lisa Sandoval, for everything that you do. I know I haven't known you personally, but I know you give 110% for your job. I've seen you at my sites, festivals, fairs. I know you're out there. When I was in high school, what's why 96 through 2000, it was the teen parenting program, I believe it was.
I worked in that.
Okay, well,
just before you got there.
Okay, and which I think was very important because it kept, my friends that became mothers at a young age. A lot of it kept them in school and kept them with us. We walked together, and even to this, it's an important program, and I believe around the EA Hall site you have two. Is that a migrant ed portable?
So we have the Watsonville Children's Center on the back of EA Hall.
Okay.
And then Encompass had the Head Start next door to EA Hall, and we now have that facility.
So PVSD has always been in charge of the one?
In the back,
Okay.
yes, Watsonville. And that's been around
you
since
know,
the 70s.
My daughter went there, and the staff there, they do an amazing, great job. She went there. Hilda was my preschool teacher. She my daughter's teacher, and so what you do works. My daughter, who's now at Cal Poly, she went through that program, and through PVUSD and Watsonville High, and so I know firsthand. Well, I guess you were there when I was there, and your program works, and so thank you. And again, like I say, you give 110%. So does your staff, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Trustee Medina?
Lisa, you're from Area 3, correct?
I am.
Representing, thank you. Lisa, if I could give anybody in my area You Are Awesome sweater, it would be you. I've consistently seen you really advocate for our area in Monterey County and really bring that voice to the forefront when we're having these discussions. And I just appreciate that, the work you did with Safe Routes, Safe Schools, in advocating for better sidewalks for our students and transportation, and just seeing this presentation. Like, I just want you to do a TED Talk so I could just listen to you go around and tell us about these great programs that you're doing. And were you at these programs when Miss Mitchell was around as well?
Yes. So I worked in the Watsonville High teen parent program at the time from 93 and 94. And then my grandmother was a teen parent who actually had to go to the school board and request permission to go back to school because pregnant girls were not allowed to.
Yep.
And she was married, so she had to request permission as a married woman, then as a pregnant, and then my mom was a teen mom, my sister was a teen mom. And my son turned 20, we broke the cycle. Not that it's necessarily a bad cycle, but it's not necessarily a good cycle either.
When I went to Watsonville High School, and I don't know if they still do this, we had Link Crew, right, where they bring in the freshmen and we take them around, and Miss Mitchell was one of the ones in charge. I didn't know Miss Mitchell at the time, but I just see this woman looking at me, pointing and walking over, and then she says, "I changed your diapers." And I was like, "Who are you?" And she's like, "Miss Mitchell, you don't remember me? I know your mom." So, and it was just really great seeing how, I felt like I was born and raised in this district. I mean, most of us were born in this hospital right here. And also just, I give the program credit for two things. one, supporting my mom and those young moms that needed the support, and also two, showing us millennials that it's hard to have a kid, which is why we're probably not having kids right now. So kudos to you on that effort right there. But it's sad for the school because we don't got kids coming in, but we hope to change that soon. So I just want to say that. Thank you for all your work, Lisa, and I really appreciate you.
Ms. Mitchell was working at Watsonville High School when I was there, and that's been a while.
I think she just retired. Is she still there?
I think she's still there. She came back.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Trustee Flores, do you have a comment?
Just to say thank you again for your hard work. Danny was right about the 110%. Not only are you a huge support to all of our young families trying to raise their littles, but you're a huge support to us here in the boardroom, every single board meeting. And thank you for that. I also, my daughter attended the preschool with Teacher Manuel, and I will forever remember him. And anytime I run into him in the grocery store, it's a big hug and hello, because it is important to see that how much we pour into our littles and prepare them for our TK through 12. And so thank you for all your dedicated hard work.
Trustee Navarro, did you have a comment?
I just want to briefly thank you as well, Lisa. I see what a great job you're doing out there in the community. And as my mom was a teenage mom as well. I wish there would have been a great program like this when I was around, but I was born before the 80s. So thank you so much.
This is another report item only. There's no action to be taken. Thank you so much for presenting to us.
And I
Nice
just
to
want
see
to say thank you for the accolades, but I have an amazing, amazing team. So I could not do it without the people behind me, that support us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is 10.4, Equitable Pathways for Student Success Advisory. Report will be presented by the Michael Berman, Assistant Superintendent Educational Service, and Julie Edwards, Director, Strategic Educational Opportunities.
Not yet. Good evening, President Turley, members of the board, and Dr. Contreras. Tonight, Julie Edwards and I present to you our intended advisory committee for equitable pathways for student success. As always, we start with our why. Specifically, we hope to address that last phrase in our mission regarding our goal of empowering our students to flourish in a dynamic and evolving world. At the last board meeting, we heard from Chris Evans in his report, in his Aspiring Higher report. The report showed some significant data and findings around the lack of equity and alignment among our high schools. One thing that we saw was that students have different opportunities depending on the schools they attend. In response to these data and recommendations, we will be creating an advisory focused on optimizing district systems and structures to remove barriers to better support student outcomes.
Good evening, and I'll carry on. This is about the bigs. We heard all about the littles, but these are the bigs. So we are duty bound and in our commitment to continuous improvement, excited to put this advisory together. And this is a critical moment for this to happen. Our student needs, as you can see in post-secondary, is really changing. The higher ed landscape is evolving rapidly and sort of erratically right now. So it's incumbent upon us to help our students be as successful as they can be in an environment that is shifting. So also our students have to navigate, and their families, complex grad requirements, expanding opportunities, and evolving workforce demands and the influence of AI. What we teach now will be obsolete pretty quick, so we have a big job to do to help our students become flexible and resilient as they enter the next chapter in their lives. We've made significant investments in college and career readiness, and including dual enrollment and CTE, and it's time for a coordinated review to ensure that our efforts are aligned and equitable across the district and organized into coherent courses of study instead of disparate classes. It's more an intentional way of approaching journey through high school. And we want to make sure that we support our students with informed choice and long-term success. And then we'll be looking at data, this group, and state accountability measures, AKA compliance, student and family feedback like Youth Truth and other sources of family data, and the regional labor market information. And all of these things point to persistent opportunity gaps for our students and uneven access to rigorous career-connected learning. So we're going to address that head on. And finally, we're gonna put this diverse group of individuals in a time-bound, structured process and build shared ownership and trust amongst the group. And establishing this advisory now will allow us to leverage our community, incorporate diverse perspectives, and develop actionable recommendations to bring to the board in November. And backwards. Okay. So the proposed areas of focus, and they may expand beyond this once the group gets built and has a chance to share their thoughts and ideas. But we want to be sure that our high schools are equipped to provide our students with a broad variety of opportunity after high school graduation. And this advisory's work will be guided by a shared definition of what student success looks like, so that we're all on the same page about that, centering around our strategic goals: excellence in academic achievement, high levels of student engagement, a broad range of course options aligned to interests and strengths, and clear and informed post-secondary pathways, including the ones that we know about: two-year college, transfer directly to four-year, technical training, or entry into the workforce. The format, we are proposing 8 meetings, 2 hours per meeting, between May and the end of October, and will provide the support so that there are no barriers for families to participate, and parents with food, childcare, translation, and transcription, and live streaming like the other advisories. And we will have a clearly defined agenda, a skilled facilitator who we're in the thinking process around right now, and we'll establish norms when we start the advisory, so that we have a productive time together to reach the recommendation point in November that we drive for. The scope is looking at our grad requirements. They haven't been revisited for many years. And as Mr. Berman mentioned, the Chris Evans report really shows us that when we established our grad requirements 6 or 7 or 8 years ago, we're not achieving the outcomes that we thought we were going to. So can't unsee that. And so it's time. So we're going to look at our academic and career advising systems, which includes 4-year academic plans for all high school students at the beginning of, or at the beginning of 8th grade. This year we're doing it almost at the end of 8th grade, but we're getting it done. 1,000 8th graders will have 4-year plans by the end of May, working on that. And then TK-12 career awareness. So really being intentional about starting young and early and having that career awareness and the world of work. And when children are in all kinds of different environments, connecting that to the world of work, so they could see themselves doing interesting and engaging things down the road when they're really starting to think about what they want to study and do. And then obviously some of the career identification, AVID strategies, all of the things that help our students be successful. We'll be looking at our course request and enrollment processes, establishing the coherent courses of study, as I mentioned, consolidation and refinement of our CTE pathways based on a few high-quality criteria. The labor market is really important, student interest, of course, and participation rates, and the sustainable funding that we're able to leverage, the funding that we can rely on in the CTE program, in particular, year over year. Many of our grants are durable funding, and some are one-time money, but really optimizing the program to be able to be strong and on point with the dollars we can count on over time. Looking at our advising tools and the platforms we use, professional development and training for advisors, AKA our counseling staff, as well as teachers that are interested in being that mentor with the students in their classrooms. We'll be looking at our bell schedules, master scheduling practices, our course catalog structure and alignment. All of these things weave together to create a system, and that's what we're really looking at, not just an isolated part, that will wrap around kids with their families to help them move through our system successfully. We will be helping the group learn, we'll learn along with them together from subject area experts as we need to bring people in. For example, Chris Evans, we may have him come and present the data that you experienced last board meeting, and also get some input from some experts around different grad requirement models, what they achieve. As we look into this, we're going to be well informed by people that this is what they do. So educating this whole group so that we can make good decisions together to make recommendations to the board. And then for all of these different categories. And then we'll be using data, as I mentioned, all of this data, as well as anything else that the group wants to bring, as well as, and I forgot to put it on the slide, a monitoring system going into the future. So not just we're looking at it, we're creating the recommendations and bringing those to the board, but once some decisions have been made, immediately having a plan to make sure that we are continually achieving what we set out to do in a frequent way, not multi-year way. So that is another part of the data. And then here's the timeline. Here we are in April, and we've iterated sort of a plan. We're here to bring this information to you tonight, and then we hope to start the recruitment for the lottery tomorrow. Yeah, because we want to get started. This is going to be a really rich and exciting process, and we'd like to get going on it right away. And we're anticipating, probably 3 meetings in May, so we can kind of get to a little bit of critical mass before the summer. And then potentially, for those that are interested, a little bit of summer homework to various members that might want to learn more about different things over the course of the summer. We come back in the fall, and we have our series of meetings, and then we come to you in November with what we learned and what we think you should consider. And thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments to this item?
None for this item.
Thank you. Are there any board comments? I saw a hand here first. Trustee Flores?
Thank you. Would it be possible for this committee to also have access to, I know every year we survey the students as far as what they'd like to see offered. And so it'd be nice if the committee could see that, because I know we had a student recently reach out, asking for cosmetology. We used to have Wayne's Beauty School. We no longer have that in town, so that would be a nice pathway. But it'd be nice for them to see, because I know there was some talk about why certain pathways were going away, and a lot of it has to do because of what students are requesting, so that's important information for them. I thank you for this. Another interesting thing is I know there are some students who believe it's like electives where let's try construction, now let's go try culinary, now let's go try video production, or let's go try this, and they don't realize there's a pathway and what they can achieve by continuing the pathway. Because I know that was something also that Chris Evans mentioned, was we didn't have a lot of completions. And so I also myself, when I had a student entering into high school, I wasn't aware of the pathways at first. I just saw look at all these cool, classes they're offering. Let's try them all. So it is good. I'm happy to hear that you're talking to 8th graders now and planning out that 4 years for them so they can have that plan. And if they start with construction and realize this isn't for me, by all means try something else. But I think it is good for them to know about the perks of completing a pathway. So thank you so much for everything you do with CTE. Love it. Thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, let me frame this by saying, right now I'm reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed and Karl Marx's Capital Volume 1, and it scares me about what we're going through in this next phase of what the workforce is going to look like. It may be a little hard for you to read, Olivia, but I'll recommend it to you anyway. It sounds like this was really based off aspiring higher, right? I'm seeing a lot of the data that was pulled from there that's in here. Now, the only thing that makes me really sad about that is it took Chris Evans to come in here and tell this board exactly what people have been saying for decades after decades after decades, right? And when we look at the framework of pedagogy of the oppressed, right, it took somebody like Chris to convince people with credibility, ethos, authority, in order to make that convincing argument. But when a person of color does that, it doesn't get that same attention or that same grasp from official bodies. And again, this is critical thinking, so I know how that may make your brain burst over there. But I think it's really important to keep those things in mind. And also, I think we need to move away from this idea or this ideation of memorizing concepts and move more towards remembering impactful experiences. Because I think that's where the future is going to be. Don't tell me about college campuses. Take me to college campuses. Don't tell me I could be a lawyer. Pair me with a lawyer. I want to see what they're doing so I could experience that. So I'm really liking that you're taking in that information. What else did I want to say? Julie, I'm glad that you're spearheading this. And also, you're going to raffle this group tomorrow. What's the demographic looking like? I don't want a whole lot of capitalists in that group.
Sorry. I'm glad you asked. So we will be modeling the process of how the randomization, representing all trustee areas, equally. So the makeup is 27 people, 3 from the business community, 4 parents, at least 2 of them being from secondary, meaning high school, 7 students, and from our comprehensives and our alternative schools, and 3 secondary teachers, 2 secondary counselors, 3 classified staff, 3 administrators secondary, and 1 kind of at-large community person, and then those are the voting members. And then to the side, but part of, will be staff, consultant support, human resources, student services, special education, communications, data consultant, and a facilitator. So.
You're always on it. Okay, cool.
And
I don't know why I
just one
asked
point of clarification. We're not going to do the raffle tomorrow. We're going to start the recruitment
process. Got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to make sure it's diversified. Also, more Gen A opposed to boomers, because we are in different times now, right? The economy is different, norms are
that's your
different.
time?
So I hope we could
Trustee
really
Medina,
emphasize
that's your
those student
time?
voices. Thank you.
Any other trustees have comment on this? Trustee Navarro?
So first of all, to you both, thank you. I think all of us here on the board have identified that we don't have equal opportunities at all of our schools, and we would, I think, all agree that that's something that we'd like to see going forward. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is what's the plan on continuing, because there are certain CTE pathways that don't have a stepwise approach all the way through. So what are we doing to address that? And then finally, how are we utilizing our local community to provide that final or next step, like doing internships or apprentices? And I know Trustee Medina mentioned that already, but I just wanted to see how we're actually connecting people like over the summer with folks who have left our community and have gone on to be a lawyer or a doctor or what have you. So I'd be interested in some work on that.
We're just now wrapping up interviews for our second summer of paid internships in healthcare settings, which is, these internships are tricky to put together, especially in settings where there's confidentiality and, all of that. We ran our first cohort last summer. It went really well, and the kids, it was a rich experience. It was part of the Health Academy at Watsonville High School. We drew from that pool of students, so, and we're doing it again, and we're going to be doing more. So, yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Trustee Charlie, really quickly, can I ask Julie something?
Let me add real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
And as you know, we have a lot of partnerships with community businesses and stuff. And one reason we wanted to make sure that we had some representatives is because of that, because of the CTE stuff and all the work that Julie's doing. So we want to make sure that we have those lenses in the conversations.
And just really quickly, Julie, have you reached out to the Monterey or Santa Cruz County Film Commission to see what programs they have at all? No? I could put you in contact.
Okay.
I got you. Okay. Because they're trying to beef up the industry here in the area. I know in Cabrillo, we're having a lot of discussions with them right now because we just introduced Video Production 1, and now we're doing a pre-production course for film. And they're eyeballing that, and they want to do film accounting next for the area. So I think those are really good pathways to come into. So I'll follow up with you on that.
We're beyond your time. Trustee Dodge Jr.?
Just quickly, just to mention, one concern that I had at Watsonville High School was cat news. And so hopefully, that's something we could bring back at Watsonville High School, where students are able to broadcast their own news, like "Good morning, cats." This is, so maybe that's something we could look into. Thank you.
Noted.
I will second that.
It's not on the agenda, just
I know.
FYI. Can we move on, please? Thank you.
Yes, we are going to move on. Thank you so much for bringing this to us, and thank you for all the great work you do. And that brings us to 10.5, discussion regarding the potential renaming of Cesar Chavez Middle School. Report will be presented by Gerardo Castillo, CPA Chief Business Officer.
Sí se puede cambiar el nombre. Yes, we can change the name. Good evening, President Tully, members of the board, Superintendent Contreras, and the Pajaro Valley community. Today, April 15, we stand at a key moment for our district. We are here to discuss the formal establishment of a school renaming advisory committee for Cesar Chavez Middle School. The committee will be a collaborative group designated to ensure that the school names truly reflects our community, identities, histories, and values. Okay. Our vision in our district is ensure every student graduates ready to be a positive contributing member of our community in their world. That starts with the environment we cultivate. School names are more than just labels. They just share the education experience and the long-term legacy of our district. Students learn about the name of their schools. However, renaming is a significant undertaking per board policy 7310. Names must be strict requirements for relevance, appropriateness, and endurance value. To change a name requires extraordinary circumstances and a comprehensive evaluation of the potential impact. So the purpose of the committee will serve as the primary bridge between the community and the district leadership to ensure transparency, decision-making. The process will include involvement from the students, staff, parents, and alumni. A public window for naming nominations supported by historical rationale. All of this is in our board policy. Balancing diverse perspectives against policy constraints. A final report up to 3 prioritized recommendations for the board recommendations. So the board has the ultimate decision. To encourage, it's not moving, but, yeah. Well, to encourage consensus and prevent tie wars, we recommend an odd number up to 11, and this will include student voice, 2 to 3 students representatives to provide first-hand perspectives on the school culture, certificate staff, teachers, and parents for professional and family insight, community members or alumni to provide heritage contests chaired by the school site principal to ensure alignment with district goals. So the path forward, so we have formation, solicitation, and this is a period of 2 months. This is per board policy, review, and finally, board review. We must acknowledge the fiscal impact. This will cost us funds. Where is mandatory priority. This includes costs for communication, professional translations, services to ensure that every voice is here, and meeting facilitation. Tonight we request your direction to form this committee by adding to principles of transparency, inclusion, and respect. We ensure that our names honor our legacy or our district. So just getting input. I just want to share too, like this item is in our agenda. We already received 5 members of the community who want to be in this committee, right on the board meeting. So we are looking at transparency process. Depends how many people want involved. We might have to do a raffle similar to what we did for all the other items. So, but it's so great to have the engagement from the community so early on. So we're ready to hear your inputs, and we will take notes.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
We do. Takashi Mizuno.
I'm Takashi again, and I'm one of the community members who just expressed our interest to make contribution to this process. And at first, I'd like to address to what Trustee Medina said. He mentioned pedagogy of rest. Actually, my mentor at graduate school education used this pedagogy of rest, and she taught this, and I read the book. And later, I realized that this is totally against pedagogy of American Indians and indigenous cultures, indigenous people, because of dualistic way of thinking, and totally focus on human beings, exclude relationship with creatures, all creatures. This is totally against indigenous way of education. Do you understand? Do you know it? Yeah. That's my contribution to this PBUSD. I have advocated for non-binary way of thinking, non-dualistic way of thinking, because I think that dualistic way of thinking is one of the sources of conflicts and violence, war, through the history of human beings. Yeah. Anyway, I just, regarding this topic, I had a chance to listen to what Ms. Deborah Rojas said recently. She was groomed by Cesar Chavez when she was 12 years old. She was the one who initiated this allegation 5 years ago. And she said she's not a victim, she's a survivor. She will fight the rest of life about this issue. And, yeah.
Thank you. That's the only speaker? Okay. Trustee comments? I think I saw your hand first. Trustee Navarro?
Mr. Castillo, I was wondering, one of the things that you mentioned is about the fiscal impact. And I know when Cabrillo was going through all this, it was quite a debacle and quite expensive. And I'm 100% for changing it. First of all, can you explain to me why it costs so much money to change? And
well, just from removing, that's one thing that I want to change. There's, I have been to the school, and there is not just the name in the front, there is pictures all around that. So that alone, that, and also when you do name a name under this process, it requires like an investigation, especially the person is alive, even when the person is dead, like to make sure that, I want to say, like, we're not sure we don't have another, this is a stream, but another, yeah. So that process alone, the investigation costs money, because there's people who protect themselves where you don't find things about them. So you have to go through that. That's one of the most expensive things, but yes, also you have to change the name of the school. The school has a education code. All of that just takes just money and time. So I don't, I cannot, it depends how close we get to that name. That's kind of cost, but it's going to cost us.
Do you have like a rough number?
It's a middle school. A high school will be a lot longer. The school that, and just the fact that just what the name will be, 'cause we already there like thinking about like moving the name. I think that's a good process already. And that's all so I will estimate over $100,000 to change the name.
What was the name before?
What was who knows that? I don't.
Yeah, before that it was Alianza, and prior to that it was Renaissance, and
Yeah.
prior to that it was the Catholic school. Yeah.
Did we buy it from them?
Yes.
So it sounds like the school has a lot of change names already. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
I was just wondering if there's an old name we could go back to. And
yeah. So that could be part of the committee, right? One of the committee that could be like is that just like easier that will come to a conclusion what the name will be. Then a lot of the and we have the it just depends. So.
Okay, thank you.
But I do suggest whoever the name it is, if there's a personal name, we have to do some research and background. It
sounds like it'd be a lot cheaper to not use a person's name.
Yeah.
Question? Or can I? Yeah.
Sure.
Fun fact. Do you know why filmmakers love producing animated films? Because none of their characters will get a DUI. That's why. So.
I learned something.
Yes. We know Super Mario ain't gonna do anything wrong, right? Whereas the character may, if it's live action. So fun fact about that. I am totally for this name change, and I really do want it to be community driven from people in the area. And it, just something to put out there. A lot of us who did study Chicano studies always had this education on Cesar Chavez, especially his attitude towards immigrants, when he would take people to the southern border and actually not allow Mexicanos to cross. So when you learn the history of Cesar Chavez and you're educated on it, you realize, the kind of person that he was and the tactics that he used. So I know after college, I've always been hesitant about him and idolizing him and giving him this platform, which is why we need more Chicano studies in our classrooms. But other than that, I really want the group to focus on the name, the people from that community. And I think we should also think about the communities that have been through here. I think a lot of people who are not from our culture don't really see themselves in the naming of our school, like Minnie White. I don't know who could relate to her. Yay Hall. So I think having a name that really represents the culture, the community locally would be a really good investigation. We've had a lot of Filipino workers here. We've had, if we're thinking about people's names, even Rebecca Moreno, who's like, she's gone through the school board, the city council. She's a strong advocate. So I'm hoping that we generate local names and really highlight those people who had the courage to really organize in our community and, dare I say it, stand up to power who abuse their authorities. So that's my only comment. I am concerned about the pricing. I think if we go through the motions of just deciding on a name first, and then holding off that purchasing amount, just getting rid of the name, taking that down for the meantime, and then when we could get some funding, and then go ahead and do the official change. I just don't want this to impact the budget, especially since we're in negotiations right now with our teachers. So that's why I would be very hesitant to start this process right now.
Thank you for your input. So yeah, one specific thing that we discussed as a team, like, do we go just to the community of the school, or do we go district-wide? And I think what I was listening to Trustee Medina was saying, yeah, go to the community, right? That's what I hear. But I want to hear from the board. I just that's something that alone the cost could be reduced, right? Because we have a smaller range to be going to.
Trustee Judge Jr.
I agree with having to change the name. That's a no-brainer. My concern is, going through school reorganizations and possibly having to close schools what happens? Will it stay with that school? Or in theory, you know, if it becomes, whether it's sold or becomes housing, like what happens to that name? Does it stay to, if it becomes housing, or just what happens? Because just, how everyone has concern of fiscal. I mean, we're going to spend $100,000 and then, we sell it, and then it's just.
No, good.
So that's just
no, yes,
a question and concern.
Good. Understand.
All right, I'm sorry, Trustee Flores.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I have had some constituents asking when this would happen, and I did have to inform that it would be a lengthy time, that it's not something we could just do overnight, just take it down and put up something new. So thank you for starting this committee. I agree that it should be definitely, residents that are close to the campus, but also, the broader Watsonville, I think, does also care. And I just agree that, maybe steering away from a name a person, I should say, is a better idea, as far as not having to do the whole investigation and not having to maybe in 20 years have to go through this again. But I also hear what Trustee Dodge is mentioning, and so it's something that we'll have to also keep in mind with our other committee.
Yeah. So what we can do is start with process. It's a 2 months, the minimum, right? We can go through the process to see where we are, and then we can say, we can we have this information, and then we come back and decide we bring it back to the board, or we wait a little bit. So I think we could simultaneously work those two process to align with the community. Like some districts went really fast. Some cities, a lot of this name is all over especially in California. So that's, I think we could just go through the process based on the policy, and then think about it. How to go.
Can this be something you bring up in the advisory, the one that you're running? Yeah, because I think it would be good for them to kind of have a say.
Eventually we will get to other schools, so eventually that will become a topic.
Okay, cool. I'd be curious to see what they have to say.
Yeah.
All right, that concludes this item. Thank you very much for
Thank you for your
bringing that
info.
to us.
Very good.
Next up is 10.6, announcement of Sustainable School Advisory Group. Report will be presented by Gerardo Castillo, CPA, Chief Business Officer.
Sorry, you have me again. I'm really happy about our Sustainable School Advisory. We have our first meeting yesterday, and we just see how I know you speak to the public, but you were there present. That was really engaged, and the people were like, I want to start to them by saying thank you for the commitment and the time they will give to this is a very important topic. So our mission is to educate learners and reaching their highest potential. We focus preparing students for successful futures and ensuring that we can make positive contributions to both local community and our global society. So this is kind of like the history. We was formed in March, just last board meeting. We announced the initiative about equitable access to high quality opportunities despite current budget constraints. The application process, we opened applications for 21-member committee, including parents, teachers, staff, and community members. There was significant interest. We have 58 applications were received. So I was really happy for that. So where we are right now, the selection process, we did a formulary on April 8 and 9. To ensure transparency, we record that. We expand the membership to 23 members, from 1921 to 23, to make sure we cover all the areas. We review the board notes, your recommendations. We decide to add 2 more people. But all the 21 who were selected, to the Lord, they stayed. Geographic area, the East Trustic area is now represented by at least 2 board members. However, this was emphasized in the meeting last night. This process is not about areas, but the district as a whole. We met yesterday. We introduced, so that we established norms and kind of like the rules of engagement for the next 16 meetings. We're gonna be together for 16 meetings, so we're gonna get to know this group very, very well. The first thing we introduced the what we call it the draft school program profile. It's just kind of ideas to start thinking about what do we want our future to look like for the next 16 meetings. So that's where we are. You see this one before. So the goal is to come to you in November for that recommendation. And we do have a great facilitator, and he's donating his time, John. So and we're really glad, and he's a judge, so he knows how to manage these rules. I'm not a teacher. This requires special skills, but I will be in every meeting and providing this team the tools they need, the data they need to reach their conclusion. And that will be a lot of education. From here on, this meeting will be about looking at data, learning about our district to reach a conclusion. That's kind of like a lot of work will be done in this committee. So that's where we are. We told the board that we will provide updates along this process. This is our first update.
I do want to add a couple things about our sustainable budget process. One, every meeting is being live streamed. So although board members are not on the committee, you can follow along in real time and watch. Two, after being live streamed, the recording will be posted, just like we post our board meetings, so you can watch it at your leisure anytime. And then all materials that we're using as we educate our community about our schools and all the data that we'll be providing to help in making this decision will be posted on our website as well. And they'll just be posted as meeting 1, meeting 2, meeting 3. So there's already information on our website. So each of you can look and see. The names of the people who are serving on this committee are there for you to see. You can see what slot they are filling, as well as what trustee area the members are in. Our facilitator is our retired Judge John Salazar. He's wonderful. He has he volunteered to do this. He is donating his time to help be the facilitator. He's a fantastic person to do this because he really represents the whole entire county. He's been across the county. He was very clear that he views our district as a district, and that he is expecting the committee to view the district as the district as well. So when he introduced himself, he really gave a speech about that we need to look at this as district-wide. So our meeting last night, I would call it successful, mainly because we had volunteers, 58 of them, who are willing to make some really hard recommendations to all of you to help in your decision-making that's going to happen in November. That will be very, very difficult. And so I have a lot of gratitude for the 58 who are willing to do that, for the 23 who all came to the meeting yesterday. They signed papers stating they know exactly what the expectations will be. Mads, thank you. Mads is sitting here, and he's one of the members of that committee. And also to John, who is volunteering his time, is a significant amount of time. And then also to our staff, who is going to be on top of all the work that we are doing right now as a district, because we are in significant challenging times, just in addition to what it takes to support our students in just the regular learning journey. our staff is going to be engaged in a tremendous amount of work and effort to run a really transparent process and get community input at a level that I don't think most districts actually get to, with the live streaming, the recording, the true engagement of the community in this process. So Gerardo is going to be doing a lot of work. Michael Berman is going to be doing a lot of work. Kit will have to bounce in on that. Misty Roten was there with tech support, is already thinking through what does that look like. Alejandro's been getting a lot of messaging out and thinking through how do we continue to do outreach. So everyone is really involved at many levels, and I just want to thank everyone in the community for coming together for this.
Thank you. I think we have 3 speaker cards to this,
Yes,
is that right?
but before we do that, can I make a motion to extend the meeting?
Oh, yes, please. Is
I'd-
there a second?
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
4, all opposed? Okay.
And
4,
and before-
1, 0, 2.
And
Three.
before the public comments, I just want to ask for your patience, and we will work to improve every meeting. You know, that was our first meeting. They will end up having a big group. So one thing that we know we will change for the following meeting is the structure of the tables. We want to have like a horseshoes, like a circle, so we could see each other. So and we will have a moment so we can improve that. And so just thought I say that. So keep it.
Thank you. Would you
And
like
we
to
have
comment?
3 comments: Mads Realmuto, Lily Gerens, and Chris Webb.
I feel like we missed a real opportunity to have a collaborative process here. We should just already, like, I don't even really like it ever when I hear Alejandro or Kit or anybody even use the word collaboration, so long as we have a superintendent who's choosing not to meet with the union president on a weekly basis, which is the PVSD standard. So for me, that's already problematic, that's the existing status quo. And then the fact that we were not respected enough to appoint our own members, highly problematic. Basically, it seems like we're missing a middle school teacher, and Brandon shouldn't count as that. Also, if it was up to me, I would be sure, I think, like, just for the ease of the district, I would be sure we have a Valencia representative. And also, just knowing what I know on the other side, I'm reluctant, like, sometimes we like double dip, right? It's a parent and an employee. I don't really like it counting as like a parent sometimes, because, and I don't think this is as big a problem in this district, but sometimes there is concerns about retaliation and that people might not be who we need them to be in this committee because they're worried that if they don't carry the district water, maybe their school gets put in the chopping block. Also, I think we still need those legal expense reports. And it should be about, that should come up in here, and this should come up in regular board meetings. And I'm talking about, like, how much are we spending on the lawyers to be at these meetings, how much to be at negotiations, and then the timeline around the PNA issue does matter, right? And I wanted a separate delineation from the general retainer to how much we're spending on these kind of core issues. Also, this committee should look at all the revenue generating ideas that we have from the sustainable budget team. Look at Renaissance after school program, compare those recovered ADA from their after school program, compare 17-18, 18-19, compare that to 22-23 and 23-24. Compare those 4 years and just see what you can learn. Plan to increase enrollment. Let's be about solutions. Thank you.
That's your time. Thank you.
My 3 children attend Aptos Junior in Valencia, and they love their schools. After spring break, they couldn't wait to go back. That's what you're deciding the future of. As this district moved forward with restructuring, the rumors about Valencia didn't come out of nowhere. They were reinforced by an assistant superintendent, echoed by a respected principal, and even confirmed by a board trustee. That's not gossip. That's a pattern, and families are paying attention. So parents did exactly what you would hope a community would do. They showed up, they organized, they spoke out, just like Valencia's teachers, who already do more with less every single day. They raised awareness that a high-performing, highly enrolled, deeply valued school, one of the happiest campuses in this district, could be closed. And how were they met? With, "Take a breath." That response is not just dismissive, it's alarming, because it suggests that the voices of families, students, and staff are not being taken seriously. You were elected to represent this community, not to brush it aside. And right now, it feels like decisions are being driven from the top down, not built with the people you serve. Many of us have seen this before. We've participated in engagement processes where input is collected, then reshaped or ignored, where committees are formed, but outcomes feel predetermined. So when we're told to be patient, understand this, that trust has already worn thin. And when an assistant superintendent says Valencia might have already been closed if the district had known how, that doesn't build confidence. It raises a critical question. Is this process real or is it just procedural? Are you seeking input or just checking a box? This is about our children, it's about our teachers, livelihoods, and it's about the integrity of this community.
Time. Thank you.
Hi, Mads Rolmuto, parent on the committee. I just wanted to say that I'm cautiously optimistic. I think the meeting yesterday was off to a good start. I agree that transparency is critical, and that I really do hope that we're not just being driven in a predetermined way. But the way that it started yesterday, I think, is really strong. I also note that the consultant that you have supporting the process reiterated several times how overwhelmingly transparent this process has been so far. We're just at the beginning, compared to what he has seen at other districts that he has helped with this. So that's also really positive. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I thank you for putting this together. But I also hope you hear the concerns that were raised tonight, because I think we saw this with the Sustainable Budget Committee, and that was really disappointing, and we don't want to see that here. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any, Trustee Navarro?
So thank you for coming forward with that. I'm super disturbed to hear, I don't know who those people were, but I'm really disturbed to hear that, because at least myself, and I think most of the trustees up here, have not heard anything like that. And there's no decisions that have been made to my knowledge. I don't know if you can confirm that on the mic.
Yeah, and I actually went out to Valencia to meet with a parent group that was having a meeting to say we truly have not made any decisions about schools. I mean, the board, you all know that. Talked about that.
Well, I hope that if this is true, that a trustee or a assistant superintendent made those comments, that they were investigated and dealt with. So I apologize for that experience, but no decisions have been made. And I would encourage you that it's really clear who's on the committee. Email all of them, or reach out to them. I think there's some sort of registry, maybe, that you guys came up with, to get your voices heard, and every one of these meetings is going to be live streamed. So if you see something going in the wrong direction or something that you don't like, you have at least one person right here who's on the committee that you can reach out to, because I really want this process to be collaborative and involving the community, because a lot of our schools are just under-enrolled, and the facilities are run down, and we need to focus on spending money where we can and consolidating things so we can provide the best opportunities to our students. Thank you.
Any other trustees? Trustee Medina?
I heard some concerns at the beginning how people were chosen. And so I would just like to ask to it be considered that alternates could possibly be added. I know for the City Council of Watsonville, sometimes there's alternates. And I know for PVUSD, sometimes each trustee is able to, appoint or what, from their trusting area. And maybe that's something we could be considered because, I've been hearing, from some of my constituents and some from other areas saying they feel the process was kind of rushed and they weren't able to apply. And so maybe this could be an opportunity to maybe add one more person from all of us. So hopefully that can be considered. And also too, I've read emails from parents from Valencia. I've never heard of but I also know how important Valencia is. I'm not sure, I might have emailed a parent but I used to live down the street with some parents and students that lived by Mini White, but their parents moved them a couple blocks away, and all their children, I think she's still the teacher here, all her children went to Valencia, and they know how important and how good that school is, and so I read those emails, so thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I do want to give the community some assurances. I am watching this like an anime series that I love. I watched the raffle, I was writing down what was going on. I saw the introductions. I really like the fist 5, 3, that number system you got going on there. Also, I remember when we were told that this was coming out, I put in time on my social media, in my inbox, in my newsletter to get this word out so we could get people involved with this. And, to my constituent, I hope that you felt like you received that information to me, because I think that is our job, to make sure that things like this are being communicated to you. And, the fact that we have a public information officer who we just put one post out, that's not going to do enough. You got to go out there. I was at the Las Lomas market. I was telling all the señoras, yo, there's this guy named Castillo. He's running this group. Go check him out, right? So it's how much effort you put into that. Because I'm really excited that I saw Ray, Caitlin, Joanne, Jessica, and Lucia, who are representing TA Area 3, because I had that dialogue with them to let them know, hey, this is what's going to be going on. This is what you're going to be discussing. If you ever feel like the board is steering you in a certain way, let's talk about it, because we could have that conversation here at the dais. So I like the way I am. I like what's the phrase, cautiously optimistic. I feel like I'm on that same page, and I hope that we keep the transparency, because I do not want the sustainable budget team repeat that we had last time. So, to the constituents who felt like they didn't get communicated enough, I apologize on behalf of your trustees who don't put in that time or that marketing or that effort. I know, or that effort. So I hope there's elections in November. That's your opportunity to really make a statement about who you want in these seats. Thank you.
Trustee Navarro?
I'm not sure how many applicants were from Valencia, but I, like Trustee Medina, actually tried to get as many people that had emailed me about Valencia or posted about Valencia to sign up for this. I'm a little disappointed to see that there's not anybody from that school. And there's on the committee? Okay, thank you. Never mind.
Yeah, each area is represented. We that's why we televise the group. So you notice how we did it. We did it by making sure the ECU was represented in the area, and then the areas that we discuss at the board meeting. That's, for me, the transparency. This is what we say we will do, and this is what we did. So that's how it is. And I want to share this. I have been through this process in an urban city, and I remember what things did not work. So, and that's what I say, like learning from our mistakes, and I remember those things, so I'm trying to, part of my job, trying to do this committee to work through this process, and that's what I give you. People will be happy, and I want to share this publicly. Once the schools are named, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to say that right now. It's going to be very difficult decision. Why this is my school? Because our schools, for many of us, they were like, that's like our family. That's where we grow up. That's where our parents, that's where our grandparents. So I want to say that right now, because it's gonna be a difficult process. It's gonna be a difficult. We're in the more transparency. One of the alternatives, you say alternatives, we thought about that. But this is a group who is learning a lot information about enrollment trends, enrollment projections, demographics, transportation. So that's why they can only be missed 2 meetings. So it's a big commitment from them because they are learning in order to reach a conclusion, a decision, and all of us, I want all of them to have the same information when they reach a decision. So, we are it's a team of us guiding that, but they represent the whole area, and you could talk to them. Like, do you have any comment? Talk to your representatives in the committee, and they are your voice, from that area. That's how this committee is going to work.
Well, that just kind of proved my point. Some people are going to drop out. At least there should be people who felt like they didn't get accepted. If they're willing to dedicate it, like you said, it's going to be this many hours, this many meetings. Are you sure? And if there's an alternate, hopefully it's something we could be considered.
Yeah, okay. For this, the board meeting.
All right, thank you very much. We're ready to move on to
Thank you.
10.7 Board Listening Session Implementation Timeline. On March 28th, 4 of us met with our trainers and started working on goals and guardrails. We'll be continuing that work on April 22nd. I believe that meeting will be at EA Hall Middle School in the Performing Arts Center. Is that what they call it, Danny? Auditorium, okay. So that's around the corner. Are there any speaker cards for this item?
We have one, Chris Webb.
Okay.
Just as a disclosure and something to think about in the name of fairness and equity, since we've heard a lot about gas cards and all this, and also like contract hours. So for us at Watsonville High, it's less than 4 o'clock actually. But today I was at Sacramento till 5, fighting for this community, to protect our existing funds, to push for new funds, to protect our students and our staff from pesticides and from the threats of AI. And I'd love a gas card. I actually think my vehicle is more worthy of it than any other person in the whole district office. Also, I just wanted to share too that since this year, I only got, for my social studies spending, I only got $17 worth of goods, and I put in an order for less than I was allocated. I put in an order for $6.65. I got $17 worth because we're captured by Amazon. So Amazon, also, I know we do the biometric screening thing, and we give more money for Amazon right there. Yeah, my data, my good primo rugby biometric data is denied from this district because of this business. It's a matter of integrity. Also, as an integrity matter, and just as because I believe in leading by example, and we heard from other people who believe that here too, I just wanted to share my apologies to all the women of this district, to Roddy. I was there at that meeting that she referenced with somebody who is suspect in our leadership, our cabinet. And I felt weirdly reflecting on it, I've been thinking about my dad, and like it reminded me, I should have spoken more. I did feel weird after. I felt guilty, like I didn't speak out more, and I'm sorry. And in the future, I'm gonna be more aware of these type of biases and power struggles, and I will speak out. And also, I wanna say Berman is one of the good ones, but because accountability is important, we need him, we need Kit, we need everybody in those leadership positions to make sure that we're also holding principals accountable, and we can't let hostile environments continue. Thank you. And no retaliating against people for grievances. Thank you.
Is that the only comment? Okay, any board comments on this item? Trustee Dodge Jr.?
Just quickly, hopefully our public information officer can let people know about this meeting at E Hall. I know people are willing to show up at these meetings, but they need time in advance. And I think E Hall is a great area because it's proven through these safe streets report that's recently came out through the Watsonville City Council was approved. That 60 to 70% of students at E. Hall and Minuet and Watsonville High School walk. And so if the PIO could say, hey, whether anybody shows up or not, if we could get that information out, I believe people will show up. So thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Good. Okay. On to consent. We do have a number of speaker cards for consent. We'll take all of them up front.
I have Patricia on item 11.28, and I have Barbie Marshall for item 11.28, and Bobby Marshall for item 11.41.
All right, it is late, and we are tired. Thank you. I urge you, the board, to really decline the approve of the MOU to have the district contracting Michael Stone for the purpose of providing a professional development, facilitating the planning process of the developing a comprehensive strategic art plan for the district. Why? Because we had a plan, a wonderful plan that was developed 2 years ago for the 5 years from 2024 to 2029. 30-page document exists, and it was presented, I think, in the fall by Claudia Manjarres, a watered-down plan, but the plan is here. We don't need to create or invent the wheel again. This is a waste of money, of consulting money. With those $4,500, you can pay 18 teachers $250 on supplies for the BABA programs. This was made during a process of, I believe, 4 or 5 days. A lot of time put in here with a lot of community members, experts from different organizations. And the call for this new meeting comes out of kind of weird and surprised urgency. It's gonna be in a week and a half on a Saturday. We don't want to work on Saturdays, not even for peanuts.
Thank you, that's your time.
Hi again. It is late, but I've been here with y'all till like 2 a.m. The night is young. Come on, let's roll. Yeah, I also wanted to speak to 11.28. I just got some questions about it, and some of them revolve around what was just brought up. I'm curious, is it a reworking of that whole thing? Is it a looking at it? Like what are we doing with what was there? I'm not sure how I feel about bringing in somebody from outside. There is value at times in bringing in an expert from somewhere else. And I looked at him, solid guy, part of NASPE. I appreciate that. But also, I guess I just wonder, what is the purpose? Did we not have anything locally that we could bring in? And with that, who's going to move the work forward? Because that is continually still my concern, right? We don't have a VAPA coordinator. We have Deepika trying to do an impossible job of 5 different roles. And we don't have anybody who's really able to take that on. And so what are we doing to make sure that we are pushing forward the arts in our district? So I just love to know, is there a plan for after it? On a selfish note, I will say, as our district continues to distance our locally funded charters, I've volunteered to be a part of the strategic planning. I'm in an arts charter 3 or 4 times, but I was not invited yet again because this is not for our locally funded charters. I would be happy. Our kids go to our district schools. We have expertise in the arts. I would love to see our arts thrive in our district. I'd like to contribute. I did also mention 11.41 and just had questions about that as well. Just wondering for more clarification. I see all I can find on it is an $18,500 for one keynote speech. Now it says something about some ongoing. Is that ongoing? What's happening? There's no details there. It says F/F. I don't know what that means. Seems like a great speaker. I've heard it's very inspiring, but for $18,000, I'm sorry. Like, even if it's a special fund, optics matter right now. okay, spending almost 20 grand for one speech. I really hope it's not that. So what are we getting for that? I think some questions need to be asked. Thank you so much.
Trustee Drew.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
Can I make a motion, since it seems like we should have some further discussion, to approve the consent agenda with removing 11.28 and 11.41?
28 and 41. Would anyone like to second that motion?
Point of clarification. So you're asking to move it to consent or just table it?
No, I'm asking to remove that so we can discuss it.
Ah, got it. Okay, so you want to move to consent. Got it.
Was there a second?
You can
Did-
still add,
okay.
correct? If we want to
Second?
pull other items? Or do we have to?
Is there another item you want to put?
Yeah, that's why. So should I amend her motion?
Sure. What is it
Okay.
that you want to?
I want to pull 11.1, 11.5, 11.25, 11.28, 11.33, 11.36, and 11.41.
Do you accept the amendment to your motion?
According to the rules we adopted, it doesn't need to accept. It's actually a formal thing, so we just have to vote on whether we want those.
Thank you. Pardon? Okay. Is there a second? I don't see a second.
Wait, we're voting on whether we want to pull these items?
Yes.
Okay, the ones that I asked for?
Well,
We're voting on your
we
amendment.
would be approving the consent agenda,
Uh-huh.
but pulling those for
Yeah,
discussion.
so as of right now, since that didn't go through, we're only going to pull those 2 items for hers, because nobody seconded mine, correct?
Right.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Right.
Okay. Can we try that again? I know people don't want to be here late, but these are the discussions we have to have, so.
Right. So, as I understand it, we have a first and a second for 11.28 and 11.41. The motion to pull additional items failed for lack of a second, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor of...
I actually want roll call.
Okay. So the motion
all
is
on
to
record.
approve the consent agenda, pulling 11.28 and 11.41 for separate discussions, not removing, but addressing separately. Would you do a roll call?
I want a roll call
please?
for my item. Oh, there was no second. Never mind. I'll remove my motion to roll call.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, are you saying? I think this, yeah, Danny seconded, that's right. Okay. Were you I wasn't clear if that was a yay for you? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we are 5-0-0-2. Okay. All right. So all of the consent agenda items are approved except the 2. So right now we're moving to 11.28. We have heard public comment on this already. Any board member have comment on that, starting with Trustee Navarro?
Dr. Contreras, can you answer Mr. Marchesalt's and who else? That was Chris, Patricia? Huh? Sorry. My question is, what part of the former plan are we keeping, and how will be integrated into the new one?
We are bringing in Michael Stone because what we have heard from many different people is that the VAPA plan, especially related to music, wasn't building into a cohesive result. So that when students, for instance, Aptos High School doesn't have a band, Watsonville High School doesn't have a band. And so Michael Stone's area of expertise is music, and looking at how we can build a cohesive program from looking at the elementary and what are we doing in the elementary, and then building it through middle and to high school, as well as with arts too. So he's a professional developer but he also is very skilled at listening to what is within the community, what the desires are in the community, what the strengths are, and pulling those insights together and helping to create a plan based on what is kind of the will of the community. So that's why we're bringing him. And it was really based on the community input. So we're trying to look at what we can do with our internal people to get a strategic plan with a specific outcome in mind.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any others?
Yo.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, so who's currently in charge of our art strategic plan?
So Claudia Monjares she left February 27th. That was her last day. And Deepika has been working, overseeing that, along with Rich Moran.
Okay, and then based on how...
Playing a hand in that as well.
Okay, cool. And then based on how you responded to Trustee Navarro, so it looks like they're just gonna go in and just rework that music portion and then still keep the rest of that framework in place?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Also, we get Prop 28 funding, correct?
Yes, everyone across
Can
the
we
state
get a
receives that.
presentation on how that's being expensed out?
Yes.
I know a lot of trustees up here say they love the arts, but it's extremely performative because we cut most of the positions, like theater. So I would really love to know just, okay, if we have the money from Prop 28, how are we utilizing that in order to keep these programs running? Because Lakeview has an awesome music program. PV has an awesome music program. I want Watsonville to have that, Aptos to have that. So I'm just really confused on what we are doing with Prop 28.
I'm glad you brought that up because
Yeah.
some of Michael Stone's work and some of the work that Rich and I have been doing with Michael Stone is that is one of the key pieces that drew us to him is he is an expert in Proposition 28.
Good.
In analyzing expenditures of Proposition 28, how to ensure that a district isn't supplanting versus supplementing with Proposition 28 and how you can leverage Proposition 28 funds. So he's been talking to us a lot about that. He's been looking at how we are using our Proposition 28, and he actually has had some really amazing suggestions for us too. So we're tapping into that as well, because that I think is an area that we need to examine too.
Yes, that's awesome. I like that he's an expert in that. And then is there a way that we could get access to the plan that Stephanie Monroe and Rhea Hurt were working on for the arts? Because I would just really love to see what they have already done in terms of the work, and then just kind of see how that's going to be built off. I mean, I don't agree with the price tag. I'll be voting no, but I would just like that information.
Daniel Dodge Jr.?
Just to kind of piggyback of what Trustee Medina was talking about, I along with Olivia, we had issues of, music and VAPA and Prop 28, and there was a lot of concern saying, hey, this money was already allotted for this, why is this not happening in other? And so I would like to see that report too, because that was a couple years ago, and we're going ahead and here's $4,000, which, but
Yeah.
I think seeing that report, okay, well, where's the millions or hundreds of thousands?
And he's helping us look at that. I think he's probably going above and beyond with us right now, just because he's taken an interest in our district, what we're doing. Sometimes it's nice to have that outside set of eyes to look at what we're doing from a different perspective, and he's been really helpful. So, be happy to provide the board with whatever they would like. That report and our plan was approved by you, so you have access to it. But I'll bump it up and get it to you
for the
again.
newer trustees,
So,
that way,
yeah,
it reinforces what we did and then what everybody else is asking.
yeah. And I think that part of why we reached out in our internal discussions is we've heard a lot of concerns about what is happening with our Prop 28 funds, what is happening with the plan, how's the implementation going, and we think it's an area, growth point, where we can do better and need to improve on. So,
No, I mean, that's millions of dollars, and we're like,
Yep.
let's spend 4,000 to find the millions that we should have already. Yeah, thank you.
Just going off that, can you give us a report on how much we get a year and how much we've expensed?
I
Okay,
she
cool,
already
thank you.
agreed to that. Trustee Flores?
Yes, I am in full support of this, and I am thankful that you, like you mentioned, that we would be looking at the music portion because, you know, Trustee Dodge and I went, when we toured Watsonville, or when one of the last times we were there together, Principal Gregorio was so excited to show us the music room and some new instruments that they had and all the other instruments they already have that are just sitting there. And so I remember when Watsonville had an amazing band, and so I'd love to see that again. The same goes with Aptos, but a lot of times it's because, you know, it's hard for a ninth grader to come in and just take on an instrument. So if we get them junior high or even better middle school, then it's gonna encourage those in high school. And I remember growing up at EA Hall, I almost thought it was a requirement, but maybe it wasn't. But you know, I learned the flute for a year or two because it was very much encouraged. And so I'd like to see that again. So I'm excited to see that we're putting some focus on this. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'd like to make my comments first before we move on to that. Watsonville High has a decades, probably 100-year history of having amazing marching bands that the community was so proud of, and to see that that has died is painful for me, and I would really like to see that come back. When I was at Freedom School, we had music. A lot of it was more like rhythm, but there were some flutes and clarinets and whatnot. Middle school, bands got really strong. And then all of the high schools had really strong bands back when I was in school, and we need to bring that back. So I will be in support of it. And we do have a motion to approve this. Is there a second? I see a second from Daniel Dodge Jr. All those in favor signify by saying aye. And opposed?
I'm going to stay on the side of fiscal responsibility and say no.
Okay, so that is 4102. Motion carries. Thank you. And that brings us on to 1141, which is approve agreement with Corwin Doug Fisher to provide keynote address at the August 7, 2026 Professional Development Day and throughout the 26-27 school year. Yes, why don't you start with that, Trustee Navarro?
Dr. Contreras, can you tell us for that price tag what we're getting? It's not just a speech, correct?
yeah, so Doug Fisher is kind of a nexus for us. He is one of the premier experts on literacy in the nation, if not internationally. He has been working with me and Kim Newton, who's been working on a K-12 literacy strategic plan for the district. And Doug has been donating his time to us, overseeing the creation of that plan as we know that's a growth point for our district. As he's been working with us for free, doing that, spending many hours over this year. We did ask if he could keynote that day. He'll also be providing some professional development, and also that includes 3 days throughout the year that he will be doing some professional development as well. Doug is also, where I say kind of a nexus, he serves on the executive board for the SWAN Math as well. And so a lot of the strategies that we see being utilized in SWAN Math relate back into some of the things that we'll start seeing in our literacy plan as well. So there's more than just the keynote address.
Any other board comments on this item? Dodge Jr.?
What days, where, what is he implementing? What school? I mean, who's going to be in attendance?
So the keynote address will be on August 7th, which is one of the days that we bring our teachers back for professional development. Another identified day will be January 11th, and then there will be another day in October that we're looking to identify.
So in other words, he's gonna be here.
And then there will be, yes. And then there will be some days throughout that he's just working with me and Kim Newton, and then also Sice One, who is part of our math developer too. We're overseeing some of the plan development that we have.
Any others? Trustee Medina?
18,500, 4 days. I'm pretty sure Chris, some of our teachers who are having to be at double sites could utilize that money to actually put some gas in their tank. So, you know what? Let the vote decide, and let's see who truly is fiscally responsible up here on this board. Because if we approve this, when's it gonna stop? We haven't made a deal with our PVFT, our CSEA. We're approving this. Is this coming from a grant, or is this coming from the restricted or unrestricted funds?
Gerardo, do you have that information in front of you for that?
Or maybe the cabinet could donate their $500 for the 12 months. That would be $18,000. That could pay for this. That's another thing.
It's that general fund unrestricted.
It's okay.
It-
Unrestricted.
This is meant to impact our students and to develop our teachers for professional learning. So when we do invest in someone of this caliber of expertise, it really is an investment in our teachers for their development.
Tell me what student knows who Doug Fisher is.
It's not for the students.
You're saying it's for the students.
It's for the teachers so that they will get professional learning of a high caliber that will then in turn impact their instruction.
But aren't we doing
to
that with SWAN
impact the
already?
Students.
We're doing that with SWAN, right?
This is literacy. That's SWAN is math.
SWAN is math. But he's the one that did SWAN, right? Isn't that what you said?
He's on the executive board for SWAN.
Oh, on the
And these
executive board.
Have to do with pedagogy and
I'd like to move
instructional
on
strategies.
to Trustee Flores, who has patiently had her hand up.
Our strategic goal number 2 is professional learning, fostering ongoing learning opportunities for staff, families, and partners to enhance knowledge, strengthen collaboration, and apply skills in support of social, emotional, academic excellence, and opportunity. We have a budget line that is specifically for professional learning, and it's something that we feed into our staff to make better teachers, make better admin, make better, cabinet, everything. And so I understand there's a price tag, there's a price tag with everything. There is allocated money to professional development, to professional learning. And that's where this is coming from. So.
It's not your turn right now.
The intent really was to help our teachers, and that is why we are doing that. But if that is something that the board does not find
I'm
valuable,
taking my
then that is fine. And we can find other ways to develop teachers.
And I appreciate the
I'd like to take
intent,
my time now.
Heather, and I think we should do more opportunities like this. So that's all I wanted to say. Well, unmute me.
I would like
mute
to
me.
take my time now.
Exactly.
I don't have a button.
Exactly. You
I'd
don't
like
have
to
a
take-
button. So why don't you stop being authoritarian?
Can you tell me, Dr. Contreras, are our students succeeding? What percentile are they in generally?
Or in the bottom 5th percentile
Bottom
of students for
5
literacy.
Is one of your responsibilities and dictates to take actions to ensure that our students are improving and no longer are we going to be in the bottom 5%?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Was there a motion? Had you made a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I want roll call.
Okay, would you do a roll call for us, please?
I want to know who's fiscally responsible. Let's do it.
Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
No.
Trustee Finn's not here. And President Turley, your vote?
Yes. Yeah, so it does not pass. because we did not have 4. So that, I believe, is the last item on our agenda. I don't think we have any reason that we need to go back into closed session. We're solid? Okay. Our next meeting, again, will be April 22nd. That will be at EA Hall Middle School. I don't believe we're planning on a closed session. We'll start with celebrations of students and then go into our goals and guardrail building.
Trustee Turley, can I make one final comment before you end the meeting?
Is it on the agenda? I don't think so.
It is. Well, it's related to,
Well, I'm going to move on.
Okay.
Thank you, though. All right. So at 10:54, we adjourn. Thank you.